the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome along to another day at the MODUS Super Series. It's Friday, which means all of the remaining places at finals night will be filled. Chris Mason is alongside me. He's been commentating on the action all week. Chris, we'll start by taking a look at the highlights from last night before we move into today, because it was a really good session, wasn't it? Yeah, a real high-quality session, some top-quality darts in there as well, and it is, as we anticipated, a super tight group. Yeah, very tight. In fact, Lee Cox, the only player who hasn't got at least 4 points. He ended the evening with just one win to his name. Had he won his final match of the night, they would have all been on 4. Martin Adams, one of the players that is on 4, and he turned his night around a little, didn't he? Yeah, it was a bit of a slow start, and then he found some great form mid-session, and the ball finishing was outstanding. In fact, he hit 3 consecutive ball finishes in this one, 281s and 283s. Andy Hamilton, another player, was in fine form again last night, and this is a real showpiece finish, 51 tops. Yeah, it was his very first finish of the evening, Andy Hamilton, but maybe disappointed not to get more than 4 points for him. I think that's just the nature of how tough the group was, though. It was a very equal group, and again, as anticipated, Stephen Burton right in the mix, and that was the highest finish of the session, wasn't it? A 164. Yeah, and his highest finish ever at the Super Series. But it was Justin Smith who did manage to get 3 victories, and Matthew Edgar was stood with me yesterday, and he tipped Justin Smith to get through. But for once in Group B, it doesn't look like anybody is kind of almost through yet. No one's cut adrift either. As we know in this Group B, it's the top 3 from 5, so you're never really out of it, and we've seen it many times. Dave Pallett is the one that springs to mind, that he lost all 4 matches on the opening session on a Thursday and then bounced back and won all 4 sessions on the Friday to qualify for Saturday night. Yeah, look, we'll talk more about this tonight, but are players tonight having to come in with a different mentality, not just winning, but winning big? Yeah, especially for someone like Lee Cox, who's currently on -4. The leg difference, we always fancy with Group B, leg difference at some point seems to play its part for 2nd and 3rd position. Yeah, Group C then we're going to focus on here this morning. Robert Thornton, 4 out of 5 yesterday. But again, there are 3 players that are just 2 points behind him, so not safely through yet. Yeah, he won 4 out of 5 yesterday. His only defeat yesterday was to David Wazowski, and that was something you'd expect him to put right today. But Robert Thornton, slowly but surely, day on day, has just got better and better, and I expect him to be the one player that really stamps his authority on that group this morning. Yeah, well, let's take a look at some of the stats from yesterday's session in Group C. The averages for the players in that group sort of reflected, isn't it, the top 2 in the averages of the top 2 in the table? Yeah, it does often play out like that, and, you know, 90-plus average, nearly 91 for the day for Scott Taylor. Remember, he started off with 2 defeats, didn't he? Bounced back well, showing great bounce-back ability. Robert Thornton, the kind of numbers you expect him to be at. The surprise package yesterday, of course, was Cam Crabtree on debut. Started, well, it was the dream start, wasn't it? 115.62. But we did say in commentary that will come with its own pressure, and that proved to be right. Yeah, it did. As you could see there, ended up around 88 in the average in the end across all his matches. But the big feature of yesterday's play was the finishing, and the checkout stats are actually the best ever in a Group C session across the whole group, and Cam Crabtree did play a big part in that. Yeah, 60% on doubles, of course. He went 4 out of 4 in that 115.62, but everybody's finishing, even as far down as Jesus Noguera. You'd be quite happy with a finishing of 37.84 for the day. Yeah, everyone decent finishing at all, yeah, as Chris said. So the first match is Matt Jackson against David Wazowski. We can see Matt Jackson here with a fantastic finish. In fact, no, we'll see David Wazowski with a fantastic finish. I thought
Yeah,
it was going to be the other way around, but that was superb.
Yeah, that was to win it against Matt Jackson, and that was just sort of summed up his session yesterday. Here is one of his big finishes of the day yesterday, taking out the 114 himself. But yeah, he walked into it, of course, against Cam Crabtree, didn't he, with the 115.62, and then on the back end of that 140 from Wazowski. I think that was the final 3 darts of the session yesterday.
Yeah, he's walked into a few of those, to be fair, this week, Matt Jackson. I hope he's avoided walking under any ladders on the way in this morning, but he is in action in the first match against David Wazowski, and Chris Mason will join Matt Edgar in commentary.
Thank you, Chris, and I think he's already done his walking under ladders. He's had some terrible luck at times this week, Matt Jackson, the ADC #1, joins us by topping that order of merit system. 30 titles he's managed to pick up this year, but he's only been managing to pick up 1 win a day in this format. And we're hoping to end his campaign with a little bit more. It's likely that if he is going to have any chance at getting through this group, he's going to need to win all 5 with some good score lines, and then still he's going to be looking for a little bit of hope that results fall into place. David Wazowski, Wazzy's on fire, his shirt says. But he's actually in the mix when we look at this group. The 46-year-old from London, former
first
England
leg, it's
international,
Matt to throw first. Game on.
Involved in the setup of the running of London. He's the assistant manager of that setup and that team. And we referenced yesterday that sort of
84.
level-headedness and that level of performance. And the thing that I really enjoyed about this fixture yesterday, fixture 15, it was a 4-0 victory against Matt Jackson, but he actually peaked in terms of level of performance. He took the average up to a nearly 93. He got his first 180 of the day in match 5. He took out that 140 that you've seen already, that 60 tops. And it was the first indication that David Wazowski has got the ability to find
98.
Another level on top of that very good sort of par base that we see regularly.
Yeah, and so often we see the players fade towards the back end
100.
of the day, where Wazowski, as you've rightly said, produced his best performance, and what a way to win it that was. We've just seen
92.
the highlights of it. Treble 20 tops for the 140, but this man, he's just kept walking into them all week, hasn't he?
60.
He was the player, of course, on the back end of the 115.62 from Cam Crabtree.
121. Matt, you require 117.
And when you've been here all week like Matt Jackson has, and you know, he himself will admit that he's not played the level of performance that he has been playing elsewhere, you tend to find that these sort of shots go more often than not. And
yeah, when you're up against it, it's just not going your way. It's
96. Matt,
it just seems to snowball,
32.
doesn't it? But he's got another opportunity here and takes it.
Matt Jackson.
A very tidy 16-dart hold of throw for Matt Jackson. That will make him feel a whole lot better.
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
Action Jackson, of course. Well, he's going to have to produce some action today.
180.
Wazowski wins 180, number 2 for the group.
140.
A minute ago when I said you tend to find that when things aren't going right for you, everything goes wrong. David Wawrzewski has hit 2 180s.
58.
And they've both been against Matt Jackson.
Yep, there you go.
We saw some signs from Matt Jackson yesterday. He had a win with a 90 average. That's his best win so far. And not only that, but 2 of his games yesterday went to the 3-3 scoreline. The victory over Scott Taylor, where he's against the darts and hit a 180 in response to the 140 that Scott Taylor hit in that game. He also went all the way with Robert Thornton, went 3-3, and had another maximum visit in that one, the 171. So there are more signs that he is starting to show what he is capable of.
Well, he hit more 180s than anybody else yesterday on 6. His finishing, which cost him dear across the 3 sessions of Group A.
100.
Well, he's just shy of 41%. Yeah, he finds himself at the foot of the table with just 1 win and -10.
84. Matt, you require 108.
The most 180s yesterday in this group, and we never got Chris Mason to give him the Jackson
60.
108.
David, you require
Teehee.
39.
Double 16.
Game
It's
shot
a
on the
level
second
game.
leg.
This one
David
is
Wazowski.
rattling along very nicely.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $140.
Yeah, again, we're seeing the best from Matt Jackson when he's not being quite as deliberate.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of pace suits his game.
125.
Tends to get himself bogged down a bit, doesn't he, when he plays a slightly more sedate thrower. Nothing wrong
140.
with this, back-to-back 140s.
I said when you was on your way
38.
down from speaking with Chris Murphy that I do feel Matt Jackson is out of this. He's going to need to, if he is going to be anywhere near the discussion
80.
at the end of the day, he's going to need to win all 5 matches.
And win some of them big.
And win big.
Because he is currently on -10.
28.
And
Matt, you require
even then,
141.
he's still going to need things to fall into place
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah, he's going to need other results to go his way.
But with darts like this,
109.
he could become a spoiler. He could ruin the party for people that have put him in this position and ruined it for himself.
Wow, this man being one of them.
100. Matt, you require
Wazowski's
32.
just 2 points off the top of the table.
Game
prior
shot on the
to this
third
match.
leg. Matt Jackson.
That is a super 13 dart hold. Average right now,
Fourth leg, it's David to throw
99.2 as we
first. Game on.
go into leg 4. This is more like it.
You know what this is? This
58.
is revenge.
Yeah. This is a bit of karma.
So you lot have ruined my week.
121.
To be through to Saturday. I'm going to come here on Friday and I'm going to spoil this party.
100. $55.
That ADC ranking system, obviously, national-wide events almost every single weekend. They have big events and they have more
83.
localized events and tournaments and ranking systems. So to be top of that system takes a very strong level of consistency and also the ability to burst
140.
with high talent in the right times.
Yeah. Well, to win 30 in a season, which is what he's done so far, is
140.
You don't get on the top of any ranking system by winning a raffle.
no
55. David, you require
Not unless it's,
120.
a raffle ranking system. For this great finishing.
100.
Ooh,
Matt, you require
To continue.
130.
well, these kind of things that need to start going for him. But
Game shot on the fourth leg.
on this occasion,
Matt Jackson.
it has gone for him. A 15 dart, 130 checkout. More importantly for him, the breaker
Fifth
throw,
leg, it's Matt to throw first.
which will claw
Game
back
on.
some of this leg difference if he can complete the job here.
I'd also like to take a moment to welcome the real Matt Jackson to the Super Series.
40.
Taking one hand, well, give him one hand, taketh away in the other. Terrible bounce out there, well, fall out,
57.
but it's not been punished. 3 out of 3
42.
on the doubles is why he finds himself 3-1 up.
I always think when you look at those double stats and the player's gone out on the ball in
135.
one of those, it makes it even more impressive when they're 3 from 3 or 4 from 4. We actually saw 3 bullseye finishes last night, didn't we, with Martin Adams?
Yep.
42.
Oh, we had a montage of
60.
finishing from Lee Cox, didn't we? Could have had a montage of finishing on the bullseye last night.
93. $100.
So childish. Who wants to grow up?
45.
There'll be a
David, you require
fan of the Matt Jackson
149.
shirt today, haven't you? It's a little bit colourful, a bit
Yeah.
Mason-esque.
Yeah, it is rather funky. You've had an exclusive look at the
99.
Mason shirt for the seniors next year. Forget that's in February. Tickets available. dartshop.tv.
83. David, you require
Chance to
50.
Visit the legendary Circus Tavern.
Game shot on the
Good
fifth
response.
leg. David Wazowski.
David Wazowski, an 18 dart instant break back and a disappointing leg from
Sixth
Matt
leg, it's
Jackson
David to
there.
throw first. Game on.
He has managed to take 10 points off of his average just in that leg alone.
100.
Well, it was those front nine, wasn't it? There was a long, long way off and didn't find a treble, but didn't stay straight either.
100.
Just going back to that.
60.
Scores
Yeah.
of 40, 42, 42.
Yeah, damage was done in the opening 9.
123.
Responding well here though.
41.
You sort of feel Matt Jackson's hoping this was a 3-day group.
Yeah,
Obviously just a 2-day group
73.
in this one, which means at the end of today we'll have our 2 players go through from Group C. They will join a Thibaut Tricol in tomorrow night's final.
140.
yeah, he's safely through after dominating Group A.
63. David, you require 160.
Could well prove to be a costly fallout.
140. Matt, you require 142.
Really? A bit of that is technique, a little bit of it's the
45.
darts, isn't it?
David, you require 20.
When Chris Murphy says not
Game
walking
shot on
under
the
ladders,
sixth
I think
leg.
he's
David
walked
Wazowski.
under a ladder, smashed a few mirrors, and been crossed by a gang of black cats going across his way.
7th and final
black
leg.
cat
It's
from
Matt to
Venture.
All on the way
first.
here this morning.
91.
Needed that.
140. 45.
Well, after leg number 4, Matt Jackson led this match 3-1
93.
and was averaging just shy of a ton.
We
140.
have a little bit of the old disease, the finishing line-itis.
140.
Maybe he's aware of the position he put himself in. He needs these big wins, and
140.
in the
David, you require
4-1.
128.
well, I said this morning that yesterday he started to show signs under duress. Back-to-back 140s when we just started to
92.
write him
Matt, you
off.
require 85.
Quality response. Might get a dart at the bull. He hasn't missed a dart at a double yet in this game. That includes the bull for a 130.
60.
One match dart.
David, you
and
require
wasn't a million
36.
miles away, and that's his first dart missed.
Game,
Had a
shots,
double and-
the match.
Well,
David
that sums up
Wazowski.
Matt Jackson's experience here in Series 2, Week 3, and it is another devastating defeat. Decent performance, all the same. 89.19 is his average, but the winner of this tie David Wazowski, 92.69 and 50% on the doubles when we come back. Table topping Robert Thornton up against Jesus Negara.
Well, I said before the break, as Matt Jackson walked under any ladders on the way, and it looked like he has again. Very unfortunate in that opening match of the morning. Let's take a look at the stats. He goes down 4-3 to David Wazowski, despite a checkout percentage of 75%, an average of almost 90. Jackson remains bottom of the table and effectively now knows that he won't be making it through to finals night on Saturday. David Wazowski very much in the mix. We'll take a look at that Group C table to show you where he is sitting in it. And he's right at the top of it, second on level points with Robert Thornton, Scott Taylor, Jesus Negara, right on the shoulder, Cam Crabtree with work to do, and Matt Jackson also on 2 points, but has, of course, played a game more. Now, attention turns to the Scotsman Robert Thornton, who was the overnight league leader and is looking to put a gap between himself and Wazowski. He takes on Jesus Negara in the second match of the morning. And Robert Thornton did beat Negara when the pair met yesterday. In fact, he's beaten him every single time they've ever met here at the Super Series. 6 out of 6 now for the Thorn against the Spanish slinger. But Negara produced some good stuff yesterday, including this fabulous bullseye finish. 87 on the bull for Negara. Mace said it in commentary. We saw loads and loads of bullseye finishes yesterday. Top balls hitting from the players in the field. And talking of that, back to Mason Matt.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, we did mention briefly yesterday the level of finishing in this Group C. And it was, in fact, a record-breaking day in terms of the finishing. 44 0.62% on the doubles across the board for the day yesterday in this Group C. Staggering numbers.
I think there's only one word to describe that. It's redonkulous. Jesus Negara will be hoping to follow in the footsteps of Wazzy. Wazzy was on 6 points coming into today and puts himself firmly in the mix after beating Matt Jackson. Jesus Negara, a couple of points would put him up to 8 points, and this really then would start to bunch up. And not only would it give him 2 points, it would stop Robert Thornton from pulling away from the rest of the pack. Robert Thornton winning 4 out of his 5 games yesterday, and rightly so. Heavily installed as the odds-on favourite to win this group.
Robert to throw
Yeah,
first.
and rightly so.
Game
installed
on.
as the 4-9 favourite to win this game. He is 6 out of 6 against Negara, and 4 out of 4 this week.
100.
Can he make it 5 out of 5?
Jesus Negara wasn't aware of that fact. He will be now, because Chris Murphy's not too far away from the stage.
134.
Jesus, when he's having those practice starts, would have been well aware of that stat being read out. Robert Thornton probably well aware. As a player, you know, don't you? You know if
80.
someone, if you've got someone's number, you're aware.
Yeah, he won the tie yesterday. It was the penultimate game of the session. Thornton winning 4-1 with a 87.75 average.
85.
Before that, Group A this week, Thornton won Monday 4-2 with a 90.
85.
Tuesday 4-1 with a 96. Wednesday 4-3 with a 97. Prior to that, they met
125.
in Phase 2, Week 2 of Group A. Thornton winning 4-3 and 4-1. Respectively, the 4-1,
93.
101.17.
Haters should require 157.
4 180s and 4 out of 7 on the doubles. It's not bageled him, but he has beaten him 4-1 3 times.
Robert, you require 143.
We'll just continue with our theme of giving you a little bit and then taking it away. I thought I might take away any opportunity.
Game shot.
What a start to the day. That is for Robert Thornton. 143 finish as Jesus Negara was breathing down his neck on a 2-darter on the 74. Cracking start to the day for Robert Thornton for the favourite.
Game on.
I was just about to say, before Robert Thornton rudely interrupted me with a bit of brilliance, that Jesus Negara, if there's a worry for the Robert Thornton backers, for the favourite backers, for the friends and family
100.
of Robert Thornton, is that Jesus Negara tends to play very, very well at the start of a day.
100.
Yeah. We've seen evidence of that throughout the course of this week. Players sort of fading towards the back end.
28.
More so for those players like Thornton and Negara who started
100.
their campaign at 9:30 Monday morning. I know how I felt on the Friday, and I was out on my feet.
$85.
Obviously, all roads leading to Saturday. They'll be more than happy to have a
81.
6th day if they're in the action on Saturday night. They get a few pound in the pocket and an opportunity to play for £5,000 and that big golden ticket qualification through to the big one.
Yep. Champions Week,
125.
Week 13. Winner taking away 20,000. Winner on Saturday night taking away 5,000. And you can be here.
81.
Why don't you join us? Tickets are absolutely free. And you won't beat the prices either. Cheaper than
96.
spoons if you
Robert, you require
fancy a
139.
couple of shandies while you're here. You can get your ticket from www.dartshop.tv.
59.
While you're there,
Jesus, you require
and you get your
67.
tickets for the World Seniors in February, where you'll be seeing Robert Thornton trying to defend his title. I'll be doing everything to try and stop him.
Game shot on the second leg. Jesus Negara.
An 18-dart hold for Negara levels things up. Both players averaging 92.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
When we talk about old school and like the new sort of way of things, you see Robert Thornton there. Didn't want to even look at Jesus Negara as walking back. Jesus is trying to make a bit of eye contact, trying to smile at him. Robert Thornton was having none of it.
Well, no, because it can just take the edge off.
140.
You don't want to engage and take away that focus.
140.
Absolutely switched on here. 125 backed up with a 140.
$26.
Thornton can smile and even take him for a pint after he's beaten him.
121.
Raising the eyebrows there from Jesus. 125, 140, 121 for Robert Thornton. 115 after just 9 darts.
96.
Which
Robert,
way
you
goes
require
here?
115.
Oh. Double 19.
77.
Time is on his hands.
Yeah, time to, well, potentially time to split.
99.
Time something
Robert, you
you earn
require
yourself by
38.
getting 2 treble visits for the first 9 darts. He does choose to split.
Game shot on the
Back over
third
to that
leg.
double 16.
Robert
Something we've seen a
Thornton.
little bit more than normal from Robert Thornton this week, but he's starting to get a little bit of success on that. And these doubling stats just don't seem
Fourth
to be
leg, it's
slowing
Hayes to
down.
throw
What is it
first.
with
Game on.
Group C this week and hitting doubles? They are the same size as normal, I can assure you that. This is not an imposter board where the doubles are 3 times the size.
Not one of
100.
those mythical TV boards. Just felt like Robert Thornton was
78.
just trying to go through the gears in that leg 3. Be fully aware if he just continues to hold throw, of course, he wins the match, but as a player, you don't want to go down that route. You want to try and get it done as
140.
quick as possible.
$97.
Well, Robert Thornton was down to 115 after 9. Jesus Negara after 121 after 9. What that means is the likelihood of seeing a breaker throw is very, very
58.
slim.
Hayes to require 121.
Yep, treble 13. Double 16 for a beauty.
89.
A little bit of a quick one there. But like Thornton in leg 3,
58.
Negara has
Hayes
breathing
required
space in leg 4.
32. $24.
Good job, really, because he needs it right now. Needs another visit to the board if he's going to get this one wrapped up. What can Robert Thornton apply?
Well, Negara was
100.
the,
Hayes should require
or
8.
had the lowest percentage on finishing yesterday, which is still very, very
Game
good.
shot on the fourth leg.
And that was
Hayes Negara.
37.84%. You wouldn't think you'd be bottom with that for the day, would you?
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
I think it's
Game
time
on.
to have one of Edgar's stats. We
Oh, it's
need
been
a
a
button.
while.
We need a button. Here, that when
80.
I do it,
Like
an
an
alert
alarm.
comes up. Yeah, like Edgar stats. You know, maybe a little pop up of me comes up. You know, I'll probably
A
overthinking.
graphic across the screen or something.
I'm overthinking this now, aren't I? But as part of that last setup shot on the 1-2-1, we saw Jesus
180.
Negara start on the bull. This is something you've mentioned already in terms of the soft tip play, and I've updated this stat
100.
across the week. Now, Jesus Negara is double in stats in his Super Series career are 34.13%. Extremely good. Very good doubling percentage.
134.
But Jesus Negara on the bull is actually better than his checkout percentage. Jesus Negara, when it comes to winning a
60.
leg on the bullseye, is 35.29%.
He's more likely to hit a bullseye than a double.
And look at the size of that bullseye
Yep.
compared to the doubles. That is
57.
absolute madness.
That is a staggering stat. Staggering here is Robert Thornton. He's in a spot
55.
of bother.
Jesus should require 130.
That's because Jesus ain't staggering. He's sprinting. Sprinting towards the finish line. It would have been so poetic if he'd have got a dart at the bullseye to have won that leg after just hearing that stat.
65.
35%. Better than his finishing checkout.
140.
Wants to avoid the ball though this time.
Jesus should
Yeah.
require 65.
And how often does it go straight in the middle? Oh. Single 17 leaves tops. It's got to go.
Game
And it
shot
does
the fifth
go.
leg.
And
Jesus
that is
Negara.
that all-important breaker throw for Negara. He now has the darts to win it in leg 6.
Sixth leg, it's Jesus to throw first. Game on.
This has been a wonderful game.
Speaking of graphics, I think there used to be a computer game called Worms.
100.
One of the weapons on Worms was a banana bomb, and it sort of came in, and then they made the sound. It blew up, and bananas went everywhere, and it just blew everything apart. I think Chris Murphy might need that when he put the
140.
league table up in a couple of minutes' time, because this league table is about to get banana bombed.
Yep, sure is. As I mentioned,
100.
Robert Thornton is 6 out of 6 against Negara. He was a very lively favourite, 4-9 to win the match.
100.
2-1 up. He was averaging around a ton and looking nailed on.
100.
Doesn't like it. He
91.
like that though. Left the 170, which you've seen this week from this man. Guess what? That finishes on a ball as well.
Thought was going to get a bit of Chris Mason / Simon Cowell there when you said he don't like
95.
it.
Robert,
It's
you
the treble
require
17. He loves it.
170.
That was some deflection. You could hear it. Clattered off the dart.
81.
This is a
Jesus
match
should require
opportunity for
106.
Jesus.
Well, he had 1 ton plus finish in the match. The 143 from Thornton.
74. Robert, you require 89.
To save it. It might be the ball. It's
44.
a long way off the ball. So Jesus Negara
Jesus
is
should
32
require
points
32.
away from banana bombing Group C.
Game, shot, and the
Jesus
match.
Negara
Jesus Negara
gets over the line. I said to you at the very start, concern over Jesus Negara because he starts the game well. I think that came at the wrong time for Robert Thornton, but has come at the right time for Jesus Negara, who moves on to 8 points and really bunches up this Group C. David Wazowski bunching up the group in his opening game with Matt Jackson, and now tabletopper Robert Thornton going down as well. This one is getting interesting. It's all eyes over to Scott Taylor now. What can he do? He's up next against Cam Crabtree, who also likes the opening game yesterday. 115.62 in that opening round. Can he do anything like that in this one in a couple of minutes' time?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series in this Friday session where things are getting very, very interesting in Group C. Jesus Negara getting his first ever victory against Robert Thornton, an average of 94 there for the Spanish star, a 4-2 success over the Scotsman who took out a brilliant 1-4-3 checkout in that game, but failed to carry on his previously perfect record against Negara. And that means that in the Group C table, there is now a three-way tie at the top of it. Negara on 8, along with Thornton, the man he's just beaten, and David Wazowski, who won his first match of the day against Matt Jackson. Scott Taylor could join them if he wins the next match. He faces Cam Crabtree. When they met yesterday, it went the way of Scott Taylor. And we can see him completing that 4-3 victory here. Getting the job done on double 8. Cam Crabtree did in that match take out a nice 110 checkout. Had some good finishing. We had some good finishing from all the players in the group yesterday, and that's continued. Crabtree's best performance was, of course, his very first performance, a brilliant 115.62 average, and you can watch that match in full on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. One of the fastest games, one of the best performances that we've ever seen at the Super Series, and certainly the best debut performance. He'll be looking to kick off today in similar fashion. He knows that if he loses, like Matt Jackson, effectively he's out of the race. But if Scott Taylor wins, there's going to be a four-way tie at the top of the table with 4 games left to play, and we're set for a real grandstand finish in Group C. Let's get it on with Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, that game is available on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. It just makes you wonder how many times that...
What worms is it? the match, yeah.
You know, well, we're talking about banana bombs. He's got a chance to banana bomb the group even further.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder how many times do you think Cam Crabtree watched that game back yesterday? I would have probably watched it at least about 20. Be hoping to be able to look at the league table later and see himself contending for those top 2 places. If he is going to do that, like Chris Murphy's already said, he is going to need to win this match. And he is going to probably need to start winning some games with a little bit of a cushion, because the way that this group is bunching up, legs looks like it's going to become a factor somewhere along the line.
We've just had one upset with Robert Thornton, who was topping the table.
140.
Losing to Jesus Negara, who now goes top of the table himself. This is the
100.
third and final match of the first cycle of games.
100.
Well, I'm not sure how many times Cam Crabtree has watched it himself. But 5,000
85.
people have viewed his 115.62 on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
100.
If you're watching via that platform, welcome along. Please subscribe. Give us a thumbs up. Only takes a second, and make sure you hit that alert bell.
60.
We'll send
Can
you
you
a
require
notification
161?
with extra content. And of course, every time we go live.
137.
I think Cam likes early mornings.
He's young enough to like the morning.
180. Can you require 24? Game shot on the first
Taylor
leg.
didn't like
Cam Crabtree.
the early matches yesterday, of course. As Cam Crabtree opens with a 14
Second leg
darter.
is Scott to throw first. Game on.
Scott Taylor just sort of got
121.
stronger as the day went on yesterday, didn't he? He ended the day with those last 3 games that was around about the 93 average for
46.
those 3 matches, which is why he was near enough on a 91 running average for the day. But that's a positive as well, that he had those 3 games that was around about the 93, but his daily average was around about the 91, which shows a reduced range. We talk about the range of
80.
people like Jesus Negara, who's covering about a 25-point range from his worst performance to his best. Scott Taylor doesn't have
45.
that range, which means he's a much more consistent beast.
66.
When you're playing these groups, when you're playing 10 games over
100.
2 days. Consistency is the key quality that you are going to need.
55.
If you don't believe me, ask Cam Crabtree.
Yeah, well, also a massive factor
43.
that if you are going to get beat, which almost inevitable, is not to get beat heavily.
Looking at the scoreboard at the moment, I think this is a good time to maybe bring up this point. Because we're having a little look through the data and the numbers and the
84.
projections based on the last 12 months worth of history. And I know
140.
Cam's someone who watches these back,
Scott,
so
you require
hello
95.
Cam in the future. This should help you out a little bit in terms of where you need to be looking in terms of the game.
Yes.
His front 9 average is around the 84.5 mark. That means his finishing percentage of 60%
30.
yesterday actually
Cam,
becomes
you require
essential
127.
because he's not getting down enough on that scoring phase. If we compare that to a couple of tours, we'll start at the very top. We'll start with the
87.
PDC
Scott, you
Pro Tour.
require
84
65.
average. There's been 176 players take place on the Pro Tour. He would be ranked 172.
25.
Only better
Cam,
than
you
4
require
people. And they're people who
40.
just play like one game and just not performed. If you can keep the
Game
stats
shot
going
the
on the
second
double, and he
leg.
does.
Cam Crabtree.
2 from 4, 50%. He was 60% for the day yesterday, so we know he can keep those sort of numbers going. Numbers in relation
Third
to
leg,
the
it's Cam to
Challenge
throw
Tour.
first.
When
Game
I
on.
set up the averages to tell me the front 9 on there have been 410 players take place on the Challenge Tour. He would be around about the 220, so around that middle area.
96.
So it's going to force him to be 60, if not up to 75% on doubles, if he's going to be competitive. So those drills need to be
42.
focused around that power scoring, but with a purpose and pressure.
Yeah.
58.
And of course, by averaging around 84 in your opening 9, you're going to constantly be under pressure on those finishes, which is going to
70.
load those finishes with more pressure, which will create an issue.
Well, you're always going to feel under
46.
threat, aren't you? Even on your throw.
Yeah. Yesterday morning, Scott Taylor's opening match was against Robert Thornton, and it was a 4-2 defeat with
140.
88 average, 180, and missed 10 darts at a double. And right now,
99.
Taylor finds himself 2-0 down, and he's averaging 81 and a bit. He's had 180, but he's only had 1 dart at a double.
45.
I was just thinking now, I've gave some stats and some data to the future version of Cam Crabtree when he watches this back. Is that the first ever Super Series time
83.
capsule?
Could well be. At 19 years of age, he has got some future ahead of him. It's not just sort of a
97.
one-leg
Cam, you
thing.
require
It's a 4-leg
119.
match.
93.
Double 13.
Scott, you require 107.
3-0. But this has got to go for Scott Taylor. He's going to leave himself just too much to do. 50 left. Tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott
That will
Taylor.
make him feel a whole lot better. Not only is it a ton plus out, more importantly for Scott Taylor,
Fourth
it's
leg,
the
it's
break
Scott
back.
to throw first. Game on.
To remind you, Cam Crabtree, 19 years old. I'd love to have been hitting 115 average once when I was 19 years old. Going to have to switch there because that was hanging in by a thread. But sometimes we can get these 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds that have so much experience because of things such as the JDC and the development tours and the county youth systems and all the opportunity that is to play in the development and the youth side of things. Cam is someone who's in his infancy still, sort of really came to it during the COVID period. He was at home, didn't really have much to do, started playing darts, and he was averaging just 45 playing in those online matches.
I know, that was only 2 years ago.
If that.
Yeah.
So the development and the rapid development from 45 to what
85.
We're seeing now, where we're talking about things like that 115, where we're starting to micromanage the game a little bit, and we're breaking it down where we're saying, actually, 84 and a half, if you can just up that a little bit. We're starting to talk about Cam Crabtree as someone who could go on to do bits on the development tour, on the challenge tour, and really push up those rankings.
Yeah.
We know what's on those World Championship places, Grand Slam places, tour cards.
Well, the thing is, like you rightly said, that a player would normally develop through playing local league, Super League, county, JDC, all those other things. He's not done that. He's miles beyond. Oh my goodness! Tops with 3 in hand at 80. Does he think he's De Souza?
Can you require
I always say
101?
that is unnecessarily aggressive. It's the aggressive route to go, but it's a little bit unnecessary and it's risky.
Game
paid
shot
the
the
price.
fourth leg. Cam Crabtree.
101 out this time for a 15 dart breaker throw. And re-establishes that 2-leg cushion. He has the darts to wrap it up.
Cam to throw first. Game
Just
on.
sort of a really good way to analyse Cam Crabtree with a bit of a side movement across and a reference. And when you get to 17 and get your provisional
60.
driving licence, you go out with your driving instructor, you book 10 lessons, you do 1 a week for 10 weeks, then you might do 2 a week for 5 weeks, then you go at your test. Some
96.
people decide to do a crash course where they bang it all into about 3-4 days and then go to the test at the end of the week. That is Cam Crabtree with darts.
Spot on, mate.
93.
Great analogy. He is literally earning while he's learning.
137. $58.
We obviously got an interview with him at the start of yesterday where he said about learning and he was going to take this experience on, saying how this has been a target for him to play in the Super Series, which I really do think is going to be part of the development for most players now. They're going to eyeball this as, I want to be there.
Yeah, well, there's
81. Scott, you
unless
require
you're on the Pro
128.
Tour and having opportunities to either qualify for the Euro Tour by right or via the qualifiers.
88.
Those outside the top 16, isn't it? You're not really going to get an opportunity like this anywhere else. So, in terms of
45.
development,
Scott, you require
the
40.
players in preparation for
Game shot on the 5th leg.
qualifying
Scott Taylor.
for big tournaments. I remember my TV debut, and it was like a I was
6th
like a
leg.
rabbit
It's
in
Scott to
headlights
throw
because
first.
I'd never experienced
Game on.
anything remotely close to that.
I suppose that's something that's changed, actually. I remember when I was growing up, anyone who came on TV,
140.
they'd always play it down. They'd be like, the first 4 legs, we can sort of write that off. They need time to settle in now. We're seeing 180s with the opening shots.
134.
I remember a few years ago, World Championships, Alan Tabern opened with a 180, and it was everyone was going mad, and now it's sort of the expectation.
180.
I'm pretty confident in saying that by far
140.
is the best ever TV debut by any player ever.
I'd be very surprised if it's anywhere near a challenge.
127.
There's not going to be much challenge here. Despite the 134, 140 from Cam Crabtree, Scott Taylor has left a
57.
2-darter
Scott, you require
after
54.
9. Not for an 11. We've seen plenty of 11s.
And he had to do it.
Game shot on
he
the
does
6th
do it.
leg. Scott Taylor.
That is our first hold of throw for quite some time, and it was completed in just 12 darts, meaning
Seventh and final
Crabtree
leg. It's
were about
Cam
to
to
have
throw
found
first.
a 9.
Game on.
You see Scott Taylor there. Put the first dart on the top wire and he nodded. He knew that was going in. And sometimes when the dart lands right, you just know. And that dart must have been
81.
perfect for Scott Taylor. And after a treble 20 with the opening dart, Scott Taylor probably would have feared the worst there. And then when he hears 81, probably think, hello.
Yeah, that's a result.
83.
Meerkatting at the back of the stage.
Ducking and diving.
140.
Very nearly his second max of the match. We had 2 from Taylor.
$48.
Now, a real opportunity to put some distance between himself and Taylor.
60.
And to keep himself in with a possibility. It's a slim possibility, but you'd rather have a slim possibility than no possibility. That's why people play things like the lottery still.
Yeah,
140.
well, it's made the leg seriously interesting.
60.
See, there was a little bit of tightness there. A lot less emotional reaction to negatives, though, so far
135.
in this match.
Cam, you require 160.
Which suggests that learning that he said he's here to do is already coming through and shining, which is very good
100.
to
Scott, you
take
require
that sort of feedback
95.
and instantly put it into practice.
Yeah. Double 19, double 19.
76.
20 and tops for Cam to pick up
Cam, you require
his first
60.
win since his opening match yesterday.
You've got to be in it to win it.
Game,
and Cam
shot,
Crabtree
and
is
the
still
match.
in it.
Cam Crabtree.
2 more points on the board. You can see what it means to him. Didn't take those defeats too hard. He's come back, he's reset, he's changed his demeanour. And that is a good performance there. Scott Taylor was around about the 95 average. And Cam was able to resist that and get over the line and take those 2 points. 4 out of 7 on the checkouts. That puts him on 57%. Remember, he was 60% for the whole day yesterday. So we know that is not a one-off, and he can certainly keep that going. And that game completes your first round of fixtures. So we move on to our second round. We've seen everybody now. We've seen that the group table is bunched up. Coming up next is Jesus Negara taking on Matt Jackson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it appears that Cam Crabtree is something of a morning person, an early riser, winning his first match yesterday in stunning fashion. He lost the remaining games, but he's done the same today, an opening victory for him. 4-3 against Scott Taylor, defying an average of almost 95 from Taylor, who took out 107 in that match. Crabtree with 101 finish himself and 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Very decent stuff from him, and it means that he's still harbouring an outside hope of getting through to finals night. We'll have a quick look at the table to confirm that. Crabtree moving on to 4 points, still has, as I said, an outside opportunity. Scott Taylor on 6 now, and David Wazowski, Robert Thornton, Jesus Negara all on 8 points. Negara will now get the opportunity to pull clear at the top of the table. He faces Matt Jackson in the next game. He did beat him yesterday, the Spanish star getting the better of Jackson here. Double 19 the target and pinned perfectly. Jackson has played some decent stuff over the course of the week, has had some misfortune. It happened again this morning, but a brilliant bullseye finish here, a 130 in that early defeat against David Wazowski. The head-to-head between this pair, by the way, this week is 2 each, so who will win their sort of mini-series here at the Super Series? Let's find out with Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Yep, cheers Murph. Potentially the final rubber between the two, unless, of course, by some... Well, it would be incredible if Matt Jackson somehow found a way to qualify, which I think is maybe will be mathematically possible, but in fact, I don't even think it's mathematically possible now at this stage.
No, it needs players to withdraw, I think, for him to get in now. So there is still
that's a miracle.
Option.
That was the word I was looking for. It would be some kind of miracle. But he can now just become a bit of a spoiler. Pressure should be off of him now, and he can just hopefully just produce the darts he's capable of and do himself a bit of justice.
First leg, it's Jesus to throw
there.
first.
He's just gone treble 19,
Game
treble
on.
17, treble 19. Certainly pleased for Cam Crabtree last time out. It was important. He got another win on the board.
43.
Now that gives him something to build on. And what really has impressed me, he's obviously gone back home or back to the hotel and
83.
had a study of his performances yesterday. And it's something we picked up on quite early, that the body language was quite negative, and he was bringing himself down, wasn't he?
93.
And there was none of that in that match. He completely remained totally stoic, which is important, because you don't want to give nothing away to your opponent.
140.
Which backs up what that message I received yesterday on Twitter from one of his sponsors, saying that he has a very open mind, and that's what you need. No matter how old you are, Andy Hamilton, he's reached the Premier League, he made the final of the World Championship. He said this week in an interview on that very stage, learning curve. How can you reach a World Championship final, Premier League,
36,
all the things that Andy Hamilton's done, 1.1 million in prize money alone from ranking events, and you come here and say learning curve. You're always learning, and it's good
45.
to see that Cam's gone away, put those into practice. Like we say, he's on the crash course of darts.
Yep, he certainly is. He has been thrown in at the deep end.
95.
He was fully aware of that, and that's why he said he was going to really enjoy the opportunity and the experience to share that stage
85.
with some
Matt, you require
seriously
147.
experienced campaigners, especially in Robert Thornton, of course.
129. Jesus, you require 95.
I was undecided there whether I expected him to have a poke at the bull after those
57.
bullseye stats.
Matt, you require 80.
Well, that final dart there was absolutely
Game shot on the first leg. Matt
crazy.
Jackson.
However, Matt Jackson steps in for a 16 dart break of throw.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we actually go through the players'
180.
practice area en route to our position up on the balcony. And yesterday when I went through a few times, I could see
140.
Cam Crabtree just sat next to Robert Thornton, literally picking his brains on everything.
97.
Which is great. That's great to see.
Matt Jackson's played one game
100.
already today. That was against David Wawrzewski. He was around about the 100 average for the first four legs of that match. Literally came out the traps, raced into a
55.
3-1 lead. And when he got into that 3-1 lead, it was like he fell over, got stuck in quicksand, couldn't find a way out, and Wawrzewski just came past him and took the victory. It was like the old tortoise and the hare.
Yeah, he just got completely bogged down, didn't he?
81. Jesus should require 121.
And that can happen because of the negative connotations he has right now. Was the big 11 chasing the treble?
81.
And
Matt,
again,
you
that's just
require
board management.
88. 81.
Thickness of the
Jesus, you
wire.
require
Remember, he missed the
40.
ball against Wazowski to win that opening match of the session today.
Game shot on the second leg. Jesus Negara.
Jesus steps in and instantly breaks back with a very, very tidy leg indeed.
Third leg, it's Jesus to throw first. Game on. $60.
We'll be, of course, taking a break at the end of this
100.
match, just to coincide with the 2-minute silence.
134. 100.
This match nicely in the balance.
60.
Again, when we look at that league
122.
table, we had two players just off the pace. One of those was Wawrzewski, one was Jesus, who's on stage right now. They both won, and the two players that was at the top, Robert Thornton and Scott Taylor, both lost.
140.
Said that was like a banana bomb. I didn't realise there was actually a super banana bomb. A super banana bomb is
133.
if Matt
Jesus
Jackson wins this
require
game, because that
107.
will blow it right up.
Yeah, sure will. Well, Negara is
59.
currently
Matt, you require
top
46.
on 4 points plus 2.
$26.
Jesus.
Jesus should require
It's an
48.
opportunity here to take the lead. Good standard. He had a very good standard on this outer ring. Loves this tops and tens breakdown.
38.
Not this
Matt, you
time.
require 20.
So for a third consecutive break of throw, double 10 for Jackson.
Game shot
He
on
has
the
no
third
problem
leg. Matt Jackson.
down there. And that's his second 16-dart break of throw.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. $60.
We're seeing more and more the
100.
positive sides of Matt Jackson's game. Certainly in this Group C than we did in Group A.
96.
It's sort of just a dart or two away, really, from really being competitive in this group, and that might be the darts that we've seen hit the floor.
100.
Yeah, he's had a very few of those. Does use very, very
97.
by comparison when you look at the thickness of Negara's barrels.
125. 180.
Keep looking at Mace, but he's not going to do it. And 180 he. Matt Jackson moonwalked that to the board on Tuesday.
136. Matt, you require 68.
You sort of feel like if he wins this game, he might moonwalk back all the way to the practice room because...
We might see the glove.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Matt Jackson.
That's our first hold of throw in the match. And it goes to Jackson, giving him a 3-1 lead. And
fifth leg, it's Hazers to
what was
throw
that
first. Game
mega
on.
banana bomb you were talking about, Matt?
Super banana bomb.
Super.
134.
The fixtures are just
60.
working out nice for this as well, aren't they? Crabtree's next game against Robert Thornton. The next game will be David Wawrzewski versus Scott Taylor, but that will be after a little mini break.
99.
Well, this has been
57.
a good response. And a few times this week we've seen Matt Jackson put himself in this position, and then, as you mentioned earlier, against David Wazowski, he was 3-1 up in that
98.
one and then just seemed to hit a brick wall.
Here he had that opening, didn't he?
45.
Exactly like
Hazers
this.
should
9
require
darts, no trebles. I
170.
believe it was 40, 42, 42. Losing the line. He's in danger of doing the same sort of thing here. He's averaging in the
57.
mid-90s at 3-1 up. That is coming down. Is he back in the quicksand?
Well, it's obviously
57.
a psychological thing,
Hazers
isn't
should
it?
require
When something happens just once,
113.
it could just be one of those things, but when something happens more than once, then
Game shot on the
it
fifth
is
leg.
surely
Hazers
down
Noguera.
to the psychology of things. Yet another 100-plus
Sixth leg, it's
finish.
Matt to throw first. Game on.
We've already had 5
30.
ton-plus finishes today.
When we say about losing the lie, that dart was nearly in the double 5. That is a panicky dart. That is an early release.
60.
And he's just not comfortable in this position because everything about being in this position is giving him bad memories.
97.
And this is what can sometimes be referred to as anchoring, where we have psychological
140.
imprint on a certain action or a certain memory. It's why when you go to like the seaside, you want to eat fish and chips. Or
66.
when you smell donuts, you think of like the fun fair or a theme park. The senses help us bring up these different memories. You'll be driving along in your car and you'll hear a song, and that song will instantly take you to a moment where you've heard that song in the
125.
past.
Positive or negative.
That could be what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
When he gets into that situation, we've got that anchor
75.
that brings up that negative emotion, that vibe, which causes a little bit of panic. Panic will cause stress. Stress will cause tension. Tension's going to cause the release to go off, which is what we're seeing.
60.
Exactly that. Spot on.
$125. Jesus should require
That's what I feel for
116.
Matt here that he needs to get over the line in one of these so he can take away some positivity from this experience.
Well, it's all about replacing the negative association with being in this position
60.
with a positive one.
Matt, you require 108.
That way he can move forward.
$60. Jesus should require 56.
Well thrown darts. This one could take us all the way.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Jesus Negara.
And it has taken us all the way. And because that was ultimately the break back.
7th and final leg. It's Jesus to throw first. Game on.
Negara, who has the advantage and the honour of throw.
Matt Jackson's been in this position 4-3.
100.
Got a pretty, well, it's the most 50-50 record. Won 6, lost 6.
46.
Is that on throw or against throw?
It's completely spread across the board. 6 and 6, 3, 3, 3, 3.
Wow.
$140.
It does mean if he is going to do it here, he's probably going to need a max somewhere. Because Jesus Negara has started
95.
with 3 out of 6 treble 20s.
$60.
Mini opportunity, but even a max still puts him behind the line at the moment.
100.
Going to need mistakes here from Jesus. He's got the advantage on the scoreboard and he's got the advantage of the darts in his hand.
57.
But those mistakes are coming. That's back-to-back trebleless visits here from Jesus.
60. Jesus should require 144.
Again. For 2 12s.
132.
He will return on the 6s. Matt Jackson looking to apply
80.
a little bit of pressure.
Jesus should require 12.
20 is not a bad finish. Will he get a go? Awkward.
Game,
Brilliant,
shot,
no.
and the match.
Jesus
Negara
Negara gets over the line in the end now. Again, though, the story for Matt Jackson. He took a 3-1 lead and then fell in the quicksand. And his average plummeted by 10 points from that position. Jesus Negara just kept on a steady increase. He got over the line in the end there, a 4-3 victory, 113 finish. And again, draw your eye to that checkout percentage of Jesus Negara, again around the 50% mark. If he keeps doing that, he's going to be competitive. It's another 2 points on the board. Jesus Negara is strongly in contention now to qualify for Saturday night through this Group C. Going to take a little bit of a mini break in a moment, but first, it's back over to Chris Murphy.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
This is indeed the MODUS Super Series, and we can see the stats from that previous match. Jesus Negara winning 4-3 against Matt Jackson, and Mace doing a good job in terms of trying to get himself qualified for finals night.
Yeah, again, Matt Jackson going down by just the odd leg, but yeah, Negara, he's bounced back brilliantly today, hasn't he? Beating Thornton 4-2, Matt Jackson 4-3, he's right in the mix. It's Thornton who's under a bit of pressure. We didn't think that would happen. Yeah,
Thornton, who he'd never beaten before as well. Well, let's just get confirmation of his position in the group table. Jesus Negara now outright league leader.
Yeah, just after that first game on leg difference with the win he got over Robert Thornton, he traded places with Robert, and now with another win, so that's 2 from 2 today, he's pulled 2 points clear of Robert Thornton, who of course will be up a little bit later after our break.
Yeah, we are going to have a break, of course, to respect Armistice Day in a few moments. But before we do that, just a quick word on the next match that's coming up. It is David Wazowski against Scott Taylor. Is this the game where it decides whether it will be a 3-horse race or a 4-horse race?
Yeah, I agree. I think that is the case with that one. Both looking decent nick today, and of course, disappointment for Scott Taylor. But he started slowly yesterday and progressively got better and better and better. So I think a win for Scott Taylor, and it puts him right in the mix. But yeah, it could blow it wide open.
And do you think he'll get that win?
I do.
Yeah, Scott Taylor in action next against David Wazowski. So far, we have seen Wazowski get the better of Matt Jackson. Taylor going down to Cam Crabtree in his opener, and Robert Thornton, as Chris referenced, losing 4-2 to Jesus Negara, who has also beaten Matt Jackson. That's 4 games done for today. Now, as I said, it is of course Armistice Day, so we are going to pause the coverage so all of us here and all of you at home can join in a moment of reflection to honour the courage and memory of those who have given the greatest sacrifice of all, and those who continue to do so. So we're going to pause so we can join in a 2-minute silence at 11 a.m. and we will return after that. Cool. Welcome back. We are going to resume the action here at the MODUS Super Series in just a moment. The fifth game of the day about to get underway, and it is a meeting between David Wazowski and Scott Taylor. Now, Taylor did defeat Wazowski in their first meeting of the week yesterday. We are going to take a look at him doing exactly that here, landing double 12 right in that top corner to get the better of David Wazowski. And Taylor, though, as Mace said when he was stood next to me, had a slow start yesterday. He lost his first match today as well to Cam Crabtree. 107 checkout for Taylor in this one, who did have the opportunity to go and maybe win that game, but didn't quite get over the line. So he can get the action back underway immediately now with Scott Taylor against David Wazowski.
David Wazowski has put himself in position to qualify through Group C after that victory over Matt Jackson. He came back from 3-1 down in that one to win 4-3. Scott Taylor started slow yesterday. Lost his first two games, then won his last three with 93 averages and some very good darts and some big checkouts as well, including a 160 and a 144 finish. Started off the same sort of way today in defeat to Cam
First
Crabtree.
leg, it's David to throw first.
Average-wise, performance-wise, best of the week, 94.87. He had 107 outs as well, 2 180s, but still found himself on the wrong end of that result, which, with results like Jesus Negara going and winning 2, has put him under a little bit of pressure now to try and get a result in this.
100.
Or if he doesn't get it in this one, it's going to have to be pretty clean from there.
Yeah, he won this tie yesterday with a 4-1 win and
55.
was immaculate on the finishing 4 from 4. And I think it's not quite panic button time,
91.
but I think he needs a win here. He was
58.
the 8-11 favourite, even money about Wazowski.
Yeah, we say if you want to be properly in the running, you need to win 7 of your 10.
83.
Scott Taylor loses this, he would have lost 4, which means the most he can get is 6. So that means his fate won't be just decided by his own good darts.
140.
It'll be decided by the darts of others.
Yeah, the results around him, which is never a nice position to be in.
100. David, you require 108. $90. Scott, you
Wazowski.
require 127.
Solid as always in his opening 4-3 win against Matt Jackson. Average 92.69, 50% on the doubles.
87. David, you require 18. Game shot on the first leg.
And he is very
David
much
Wazowski.
just steady away, isn't he?
Yeah, it's hard to beat that.
Second leg,
When
it's
people are
Scott to
just,
throw first.
Consistent
Game
across
on.
the board. It makes you feel like you're chasing a little bit. It makes you force the issue.
Yep.
Scott Taylor's just got to... Well, it's easy to sit here and say, but he's just got to almost wait. Be patient. When you start chasing, things start going wrong.
48.
Just got to take care of your own throw. That's your main priority, and then look for an opportunity
60.
when you are against the darts, as he is in this match, to get that all-important break.
100.
He's looking at the history of
45.
David Wazowski. He's played 58 games in Super Series format. Won 31, lost 27, which pretty much goes along with what we're saying about that across the board sort of level of performance.
Yeah.
43.
Get this one. He's played 333 legs, won 168, lost 165. 50%.
133.
And as you said, that running average of close to 87 is 6 visits
100.
or fewer.
Scott, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
That's better.
Scott Taylor.
Clench face from Scott Taylor as he pops in a 13 dart hold, a 180 in the leg.
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
Interesting.
Game on.
When we look at David Wawrzewski, I say he's played 58 games, so he's got a very good spread of matches. Took him till
41.
game 15 yesterday, his 5th match of the day, before he registered his first 180. That was against Matt Jackson. He did register a 180 in his opening
59.
game today, again, against Matt Jackson. But when we look at his 180 return, it's actually very low.
85.
In the 58 matches he's played, he's only managed to achieve 28 scores of 180. That gives him a leg return
100.
of 0.08. So the advice, if you're playing along at home, is don't be going over the 2.5 when David Wawrzewski is on the stage.
60.
Oh, this is wonderful.
180.
Scott Taylor, what a great response, averaging 105.5 now.
170.
Well, not for the first time this week, but it wasn't for the leg. Got to be a 10.
122. David, you require 145.
This could be a magical 6, couldn't it? Oof. 70 followed by a 145 out.
79.
The ultimate 6, of
Scott,
course,
you
is the
require 40.
180, 170, isn't it?
We've seen David Wawrzewski hit some big finishes in the past. He's took out a 150
35.
in this sort of format, but Scott
David, you
Taylor
require
earned
66.
himself that opportunity with the 180, 122, 100. He hasn't made the most of it.
60.
He will return,
Scott, you
gets
require
away with
5.
it.
Not punished on this occasion, but still has work to do. 3 for double 1. Interesting.
Game
He was
shot on the
leaving this a
third
lot
leg.
yesterday.
Scott Taylor.
Shots like 19. He was going 17 to leave double 1. He left it 3 times. It's clearly something he does. It's clearly something he likes. And he's just having a bit of a laugh with
Fourth
Charlie
leg,
there,
it's
as he
Scott to
nearly
throw
gave him a bit of
first.
an ear
Game
piercing, I
on.
think. Do see some funky piercings these days, don't we? These sort of spikes and things like that. I've never seen a dart, but Charlie was nearly wearing one.
Some momentum to take away.
140.
Again, that sort of nod as if he knows that the third dart is going into the
100.
target he's aiming at.
Don't want to be too sadistic, but just think of the viewing numbers on that video. Referee gets darted.
47. 100.
Again, that
59.
be disappointed there. That first start was, although not in the target, was a great guide for him, and he couldn't use it.
140.
This is what we said about David Wawrzewski, or Wazzy. Been told I'm saying his name wrong many times.
95. David, you
You don't
require
care.
161.
We'll go with Wazzy. We'll go with Wazzy. He doesn't react. He gets the
65.
same
Scott, you
approach,
require
and the same level of
160.
performance. Doesn't matter what Scott Taylor does. He's not interested. He's only interested in himself.
Tops with a 160, the 3-1.
120.
Yeah, you get the same version of
David,
David
you
no matter
require
what.
96.
If you didn't see the scores, you wouldn't know if he was in front, behind, or wherever.
60.
Very
Scott, you
stoic
require
player.
40. Game shot on the fourth
Very
leg.
good and consistent across
Scott
the board,
Taylor.
but like his shirt suggests, he's going to need to get himself on fire. He's going to come back into this one because he needs to be perfect. He needs to win the next 3 legs.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw
and he find the
first.
spark.
Game on.
Yeah, just 1 from 6 on the doubles here, averaging 82.
140.
An interesting choice of colour of shirt, actually, isn't it? You've gone for the on-fire approach, and then you've gone with green and yellow.
That's very Aussie,
58.
isn't it? His name's Wazzy, so
60.
maybe Wazzy the Aussie.
Maybe showing his support for Simon Whitlock, who starts his campaign in the Grand Slam tomorrow. Is the opening match.
Yeah, good luck to Simon.
134.
I do believe carrying a little bit of a heel injury. Hopefully that's all sorted by
100.
which is a big day of darts. Tomorrow, of course, it's going to be the final of Series 2, Week 3 here at the
42.
Super Series. There's also the ADC Champions belts up for grabs
95.
at the Cleveland Arms in Wolverhampton. Good luck to everybody there. And of course, it's the start of the Grand Slam from 1 o'clock on Sky Sports.
59. David, you require 106.
Yeah, big fan of the Slam.
Yep. I do enjoy the group phases because it's just something a little bit different.
74.
Well, it was something different.
Yeah, because it was
Now,
the
100.
cross-code event, wasn't it?
David, you require 32.
When there was a BDO, which no longer exists, of
Game
course.
shot on the fifth leg. David Wazowski.
David Wazowski with a 16-dart hold extends this match to a 6th leg. This time it is Taylor with the
Sixth
honour.
leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It was actually won by a BDO player, of course, in Scott Waits, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe he beat James Wade, didn't he, in the final?
Yeah, he was a long way behind there, wasn't he? I mean, the year before he reached the final, losing. Well, he got absolutely thumped by Taylor, didn't he?
I think James Wade might have
60.
gone 7 ahead in that
I think
final.
it was 8. They had an untimely
83.
interval, and he just could never recover it.
41. 59.
You are correct. So the 2010 final, Scott Waits, James Wade. James Wade
81.
took an 8-0 lead in a race to 16, and then went on to lose 16-12. So Scott Waits, after being 8-0 down,
140.
won 16 out of 20 legs.
100. Scott, you require 79.
Well, we won't use the L word, but we'll use the word fortunate.
Misfortune here for Scott Taylor, but the fortunate side of that is he's
39.
done so well in the scoring phase that he's been allowed that mistake.
Won't be allowed another. He's staying up. Oh, no.
129. Scott, you require 40. Game, shot,
And that
and the
game
match. Scott
means
Taylor.
Scott Taylor is still in the running. If he'd have lost that one, he'd have been in trouble. He would only been able to reach 12 points. He dug out a performance there again. Over the 90 average mark for Scott Taylor, who picks up points and puts himself onto 8 and keeps himself in the running. David Wawrzewski is not out of this either. He's in the mix on 8 points. Robert Thornton is in the mix. Jesus Negara is in the mix. We've got a lot of ingredients here. And there's one almost sour ingredient, though it could be. That is Cam Crabtree, who could really shake up this group. We've seen him get victory on the board in his opening game against Scott Taylor. He'll be hoping to keep that going He takes on Robert Thornton in our next game.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Thornton and Cam Crabtree are just completing their practice starts. Thornton looking to return to top of the table, joint top it would be, after he was beaten by Jesus Negara earlier on. Cam Crabtree looking to double up on victories this morning after a 4-3 success against Scott Taylor. So let's get the action underway in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Murph. And this is a big game for both players and for differing reasons. Robert Thornton losing his opening match today to Jesus Negara, which saw them trade places at the top of the table. Cam Crabtree, who made a wonderful start to the day yesterday, before then being on the wrong end of 4 defeats, has bounced back well today, winning his opening match against Scott Taylor 4-3. At the moment, Robert Thornton's on 8 points plus 3. It's Jesus Negara on 10 points plus 6. Cam Crabtree clinging on by his fingertips on 4 points minus 3.
To throw first.
A loss here, and that ends Crabtree's hopes of finishing in the top 2 and joining Thibaut Tricol in tomorrow night's final.
121.
And we do have a heavy favourite for this game. 1-3 favourite Robert Thornton. And I think every time we get such a heavy favourite, it always has to ask the question, especially for those favourite backers, is this a 1-3 shot, or do you see potential danger here from Crabtree?
81.
I think the fact that we know he can play at an incredibly high level, I think it's always a high-risk strategy backing a very short price favourite over this format anyway. It is only the best of 7. But in the tie yesterday,
42.
it was Thornton who came out on top 4-2 with a 93.64.
125.
Last time out, Crabtree averaged 87.42, which sort of puts him in a mix with those numbers, but you'd have to rely
45.
on Thornton probably having a bit of an off game, either in the scoring or doubling department.
140.
Sort of burnt one there. If he'd have switched to the 19s, could have left himself a 2-dart finish on the 100.
42.
Could still have
Can you
got a treble
require
and brought it down
99?
to a nicer 2-dart, but now he's guaranteed himself that he's got to use all 3.
Well, and that's a bit of an experience there. I think he was caught twixt in between.
39.
He shouldn't be going for top
Robert,
stops
you
with
require
Thornton on 170,
170.
but bullseye.
145. Cam, you require 60. 40.
There is an opportunity
Robert, you require
squandered.
25.
Robert Thornton is the player in this group who's hit the most 170 finishes. He's had 3. On the wire there
Game
to
shot
make
on the
that
first
4.
leg.
Ironically, it's the
Robert
4s.
Thornton.
To get him over the line in the end and give him the hold of throw that he needed, but it wasn't without drama.
No, there was a
Second leg, it's Cam to throw
there was a
first.
couple of errors there.
Game on.
If I'm being over critical, maybe. Well, he went for the 140 instead of, or the 180 instead of coming down for the 19s, and then on the 99, not making his mind up.
It made him chasing around the board, didn't it? He's down, he's up.
Yeah.
If he'd have gone down for the 19s, he could have just stayed up a nice straight 60. Would have gave him 3 darts at the double. That's how it would have broke down in terms of the amount of chance he had. Instead, he made a bit of a mess of it on that setup, and he ended up burning 2 or 3 darts in that setup shot.
Yep. And again, now that's something that
60.
That's things that can be rectified over time.
Well, the benefit of that is that's something
171.
that can be learnt quite easily. It can be learnt through experience, and it can certainly be learnt just by watching this back and
Yeah.
seeing those situations
80.
and going, yeah,
Cam, you require
that's a good point.
132.
there's a lot in this game that you can actually learn just by review.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well,
Cam
he's
Crabtree.
righted the wrongs. The 1-7-1 followed by the 1-3-2 finish.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first.
303 in 6. That was a 12-dart hold. Could really,
82.
probably should be 2-0 up.
And when I asked you at the start, does that 1-3 represent to you a favoritism?
91.
You actually mentioned, you says, we've seen some very good stuff from him, and we've seen that sort of really high ceiling. And there was warning signs in there at that sort of 1-3
96.
rate. Do I think Robert Thornton will win? Likely. But do I think he's that certain to win?
60.
No. No. I say likely though, but
89.
realistically, this has all been about Cam Crabtree at the moment.
Yep. So it should be, or could be 2-0 up.
57.
Again, I just feel we're going through this dynamic, really, of
64.
complicating a very simple game. Not simple to play in terms of throwing the
97.
darts, but
Robert, you require
certainly in terms of the
170.
numbers.
Oh, we're nearly on for it again. 3 times.
134.
170. Jesus Negara, the only other player in this group who has had a 170 finish. He's done that twice. He's mad when you think.
180.
guys have
Robert, you
played.
require 36.
This is big.
18. Cam, you require 16.
Cam gave him a gift. Suppose, in all things fair, Robert Thornton's returning the favour. They are low. They're not even in line with the 8.
That's pressure.
8. Robert, you require 18.
Didn't even scare it.
Scared of the 9s. Deciding to switch. That's a nice lie just on the outside
14.
wire. He might need to take a second look. He's
Cam,
going to
you
probably do
require
that squinty
8.
eye thing. That was close. 2 very well thrown darts.
Game shot on the
Cam
third leg.
Crabtree
Cam Crabtree.
eventually gets over the line and takes the opportunity. Say all things fair, they've both give each other a gift each.
Yep.
Fourth leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game
Crabtree
on.
has had darts in every leg to win every leg. Finds himself 2-1 to the good.
85.
Those players have actually had
100.
the identical amount of darts at a double. 7 apiece.
45. 140.
One thing you will learn is just about managing the emotions, isn't it?
I mean, this is quite an emotional game for Cam, really. When
140.
you look back to that interview at the very
Yes.
start, this was a game he highlighted. Robert Thornton, someone that he grew up watching. He
91.
would have been growing up watching Robert Thornton lift titles. He'd have been growing up watching Robert Thornton coming back from school and sitting there at the weekend watching Robert Thornton beat
42.
Phil Taylor.
Yeah,
Robert,
I
you
was just about to
require
say, being
170.
Phil Taylor was a massive moment, of course, and the manner in which he did it.
98. 100. Robert,
Yeah.
you require
2
72.
holds, and we're going to get 2 breaks to throw. Double 12.
Game shot on the fourth
Sure are.
leg. Robert Thornton.
That's a 14 dart break, and that puts Robert Thornton back in the driving seat.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Said there was some gifts handed out, but that was one that Robert Thornton carved out for himself. Quality darts from Robert
140.
Thornton, and he's really bouncing back here from going 2-1 down.
what the
41.
emotions, or how the emotions take control here is, you can very easily think to yourself, oh, my 2-2, I should be
100.
3-1 and one leg away, and you just end up getting yourself embroiled.
100.
And I think we're getting that here from Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton, the only thing I'm getting from him right now is attack.
95.
Bullying your opponent, and he's doing that well right now.
43. 60.
I mentioned earlier that front 9 average of Cam. This is the example of that.
60.
9
Robert, you
darts still
require
in the 300,
106.
12 darts quite low back. These are the bits he needs to tighten up, because when you play a player like Robert Thornton, you're not going to get away with that sort of performance. And that could come down to
66.
some routines and some training,
Yep.
how you practice.
Yep, it's all things that can be
100.
corrected.
Robert, you require 40. Game shot on the 5th leg.
The
Robert
beauty of
Thornton.
experience is, you've been there so many times before, so Thornton will know there's no panic here. I'll just go about my business.
6th leg, it's Cam to throw first.
Notice
Game
how
on.
I use the word practice. I like to play on words quite a bit, and there's a difference between the word practice and the word training.
100.
And that's what I think that Cam needs at the moment, some practice routines. I don't think there's too much going on that we need to go too deep into the
41.
training side of things and changing stuff.
Well, the fundamentals are fine, aren't they?
We've got everything we need in terms of the foundations to work on. Now what we've got to do is got to drill that. We've got to drill that
131.
in a way that is going to create a match environment and a pressure environment to really try and ramp up that front 9.
180.
Game management, isn't it? That's probably where he would benefit. And
100.
like you say, setting routines and targets to improve the areas of his game that are currently lacking.
100. Cam, you require 170. 60.
No master out in this game, so nothing Robert can do to win this leg on the 180. Again, set it off. If you know what master out is, I believe.
60.
Soft tip
Cam,
roll
you
where
require
you can win a game on the
110.
treble 20 or on any section
Yeah,
of the
by
board.
just hitting the score. Double 16.
94.
That was for 3-3.
Robert, you require 120.
Thornton will win it with a ton plus.
Game, shot,
Well, there's your
and the
answer.
match.
A
Robert
120
Thornton.
out for Robert Thornton. And that's one that you have to say has got away from Cam Crabtree. An average of 86.94 for him. 86.31 for Robert Thornton, who he picks up a very valuable 2 points indeed. When we come back, Scott Taylor against Jesus Noguera.
We are all set for a thrilling finish here in Group C at the Super Series this week. It's looking very, very tasty at the top of the table after Robert Thornton got a victory against Cam Crabtree in that match before the break. Both players averaging around the 86 mark, but Thornton getting the crucial win for him, effectively eliminating Cam from the race. So 132 check out for Crabtree, but that fabulous 120 for Thornton won the match there, and it is tight at the top of the tungsten tree. Let's have a look at that table. Negara on 10 points, along with Robert Thornton. Scott Taylor and David Wazowski both just 2 points behind. Crabtree and Jackson out of the race, but a 4-horse race still for those top 2 spots and the right to join the Group A winner Thibaut Tricol at finals night. And it's an important match coming next. Scott Taylor taking on Jesus Negara. When the pair met yesterday, this is what happened. And it was victory for the man from Bolton. 1-1, he ended it on. After a kind of safe dart there when he had the 19 remaining, making sure he didn't bust. Negara, though, has thrown some decent stuff today, including this finish against Matt Jackson, a game he turned around from 3-1 behind to go on and win. So if Negara wins this one, then he gets closer. If Taylor wins it, it gets closer, almost as close as the burgeoning bromance in the commentary box. Aren't they fantastic together? Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Murph. Yes, will it be repeat or revenge in this one? They go 4-6 Taylor. Negara, well, I think a backable 11-10. Just in terms of the value, I don't think there's that much to split between them. Running averages, Taylor 90.92. Negara 87, so it's not like it's a 6-visit average against a 5-visit average. They're both within that range of 16, 17 and 18 darts. This is very much one of those that's all on the day.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
I expect Taylor to win, but there may be possibly a little bit of value with the 11-10. And as we saw yesterday, Taylor's one of those that does tend to warm to the task.
60.
Yeah, we've seen more evidence of that today, haven't we? Where he lost his first game, won his second, but there's literally nothing to split the two of them. Jesus had a 94 average, Scott Taylor had a 94 average, Jesus had a 93 average, Scott Taylor had a 91. Those 2 points will be easily eradicated by the fact that Scott Taylor's got the advantage of throw.
85.
The only thing at the moment that probably just lets me lead a little bit towards Jesus is the fact that we've not seen that range from him
95.
Yet, where he dips in level of performance. He's kept it up there, the 94-11, the 93-2-1. He was 3-1 down in his game to Jackson, so he's already had a scare, and he rode that out and ended up producing some of the best starts he has for the week.
And when you get one of those types of darting examinations and you come through it with flying colours, it leaves you with genuine and proven confidence in your ability.
We said yesterday
100.
People that win
He's just required 167.
Recently. It just gives you that confirmation that you're doing the right things, and you would have had that confirmation there in that comeback victory against Matt Jackson.
95.
Yeah,
Scott, you require 117.
With faith in his ability. 17 and tops.
$77.
Good effort.
Jesus requires 72.
When we mention
54.
Unnecessarily aggressive.
Scott, you require 40.
That is exactly that statement. If we were to put that in the dictionary, put that next to it.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Game shot on the first leg.
And
Scott
ultimately,
Taylor.
It's cost him a break of throw opportunity. He now finds himself 1-0 down.
Second leg, it's Jesus to throw first.
He still did
Game
get
on.
a dart at the double, but just the pattern of that play where he's at the ocky for those 10 to 12 seconds. When you're going up to try and break the throw, you do not want to go
22.
up and throw a defensive first dart.
No. And even further poor board management is the fact that that first dart was a blocker anyway.
140.
Why not just run for cover and get one clear dart at an open bed?
An open bed that he's tried to leave all week. He's always trying to leave that tops.
140.
Sometimes that the brain just gets mashed and goes to mush under pressure. Is that what we saw there?
Another example of
45.
getting bogged down in your brain going to mush is going for that double out, because it just makes no sense with three in hand.
60.
It's balmy.
Look at the number he left there as well, 339 and 180 would have put him on the 159. So even a maximum visit would have still kept him 6 darts away from winning the
100.
Well,
race.
that's exactly what I said yesterday about how more advanced the modern player is in terms of, you know, already understanding that in the opening visit. You know, it's very much like the 20 treble 20 and going for a 19 instead of a
59.
17. It mathematically makes absolutely no sense going for the 19.
96.
Or the treble 19, which is obviously the ultimate goal, but even that doesn't make sense. You need to avoid that 3-4-2, and by going for the 17,
Scott, you
ultimately you'll end
require
up on
120.
3-4-4, which is a 6. 3-4-2 is a 3-visit combination.
80.
You just saw
Jesus,
the
you
120
require
go in the last game. That was for the
137.
match. Robert Thornton took that out to beat Cam Crabtree 4-2. That would have been for a 2-0 lead for Scott Taylor, but he will return back with 3 darts in hand
99.
at tops.
Scott, you require 40.
Double he's been trying to leave quite regular, so he likes this. He likes the 1s.
35.
He's not going to like the 5s at this point. So
Jesus, you require
He's used to Negara.
38.
Gets a rare opportunity, an opportunity he probably didn't expect. He's quite lucky there because he dropped his dart, but it didn't go down the hole. He didn't do a Stephen Burton.
I didn't go for a Burton.
Game shot on the second leg.
The double
Jesus
19's
Negara.
gone in after 3 missed, well, 4 in total. Missed it a double for Taylor. The 2-0.
Third leg, it's Scott
Got
to
a
throw
level game.
first. Game on.
Almost sense the trepidation in this one, can't you? They're both aware of how big a game this one is.
60.
And we went through the stats and the data. We gave them the big build-up because they've been playing the best darts of all the people. But doesn't this just have that vibe? You know, when you get to like the FA Cup final and Liverpool
59.
play Man City, and they're both set up with 11 at the back, and they just sort of potter around at 0-0 for 89 minutes before having a rare attack or a
95.
shot. Sort of got that sort of vibe to it, hasn't it? Where they're more scared of losing than trying to win.
Yep. See that a lot in boxing as well. Well, maybe take a round to have a look at each other before
57.
going on the tack. But every now and again, they sort of negate each other, don't they? And spend 3/4 of the fight just looking at
93.
each other.
$140.
Who's going to make the first aggressive move? The winning line.
140.
will one take the other one with them. Looks like what's happening here. Got to come out.
85. Scott, you require
Been a
130.
bit fortunate there.
$93. Jesus, you require 160. $120. Scott, you require
Well,
20.
just in case. He missed last time.
Game
Doesn't
shot on the
miss this
third
time.
leg. Scott Taylor.
And this sequence of holds of throw continues. Scott Taylor.
Fourth leg, it's
His
Jesus to
nose in
throw
front.
first. Game on.
The second time.
Seen Scott Taylor just wire a double on the low ton combinations. He got a few of those yesterday.
100.
Joint top with Crabtree in relation to the player who's got the most.
Yeah, they had 3 apiece, didn't they?
99.
So we take that 107 out against Cam Crabtree early on. Good timing of that shot as well.
Yeah, Scott Taylor had a 160 out yesterday. amongst the 3
140.
ton plus outs.
$134.
We've talked
He
about the,
also had a 144 against this man. Sorry, mate.
100.
we talked about the range of Jesus Negara. He's at a peak of a 96 average, but he's running at an
93.
86.
Jesus,
It's a
you
10-point
require
swing between what the best
161.
we've seen of him is and sort of where he is. With Scott Taylor, he's running at 90-92, so we'll call that a 91. We'll give him that
57.
little tiny fraction, which is not much. And his best is a 93.
85. Jesus, you
So it's
require
not
104.
Much of a difference between his A and B game.
Which makes you competitive when you are judged over 10 games on a short format.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jesus Negara.
It's a fourth hold. This time a 15 darter and a ton plus out, of course.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game
Good
on.
timing as well. We go back to yesterday's stats. Jesus Negara didn't get a single finish over 100. His best of the day yesterday was 90. But that's probably the most important finish so far of Group C for Jesus.
96.
Hasn't managed a four-visit leg
140.
yet in Group C. He's twice gone 13 darts. What he would give right now to get his first 12 darts.
100.
You sort of feel it with the way the results are going, with Robert Thornton winning that last game as well against Cam Crabtree, that a victory here for Jesus is going to really push Scott
85.
Taylor right to the bottom of the pile of those that are in the mix and potentially even take him out of the running, bar the miracle in Portsmouth.
98.
Which, yes, that was a kind of Christmas reference.
In November. What's it now? 45 days, is it?
44 days, I believe.
44.
100.
45 days until it's all over.
Only just getting started.
Be pleased to know I am going Christmas shopping on Saturday.
72.
No doubt I'll end up maybe buying myself a little something.
140. Scott, you require
Well,
135.
said he's had 2 13 darters and he'd be looking for a 12. Setting up the double after 12 is enough in this leg because Scott Taylor can't go out in the 15
67.
darts.
Jesus, you
This
require
would be for a
36.
mahoosive break of throw. I say that
Game
with a
shot on the
capital
fifth
H.
leg. Jesus Negara.
It is our first breaker throw in the match, and it does come in a 5 visit
Sixth
or
leg, it's
less
Jesus to
leg.
throw first.
13
Game on.
darter. His average is 94.12, going along very nicely. We did suggest the value in this match was with Negara,
68.
proving to be the case.
$140.
Scott Taylor's turn to be asked questions. Can Jesus serve this out though? Pretty much take Scott Taylor out of the mixer.
$82.
Seen one comeback win, that was Jesus Negara. Came back from 3-1 down against Matt Jackson to take the victory.
48.
And Scott Taylor do something similar.
$42.
Getting a little bit nervy up there at the minute, a little bit tense. Those players around the 90 mark.
57.
Scott Taylor not able to take advantage of this slow start to the leg from Jesus.
40.
But got another opportunity. And this time he takes it. That is the first 180 of the match. It goes to Scott Taylor in possibly the biggest timing. Well, I say the biggest timing of the game. We've also got a
59. Scott, you require 76.
He's found the 180 when he really needs it.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Scott Taylor.
Tops. It was a 13 dart break in leg 5. The response is an instant one. A 15 dart break of throw in leg 6.
Seventh and final leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It.
$140.
Brilliant. When Jesus popped in that 13 darter.
83.
And was literally a leg away. Did the worst for Scott Taylor. We found the 180.
57.
On the top to the 76 finish. It opens with a 140 on the throw. Sort of feel if Jesus is going to get himself an opportunity, you know, they need a max
100.
or a couple of 140s here, because Scott Taylor missed a consistency around that 90 mark. He's there again, 91.20. Isn't going to give too much away in this occasion. We've seen this earlier on. He threw a dart that looked okay. He wasn't happy with it. Maybe just a bit of a misgrip in the hand.
85.
The same result as last time as well. Step back, came forward and didn't find the goods. What did I say? A couple of 140s or a 180 needed.
Treble 18.
121.
Should have been the shot.
$180. $59. Scott, you require 39.
Well, it was an unlikely looking win for Scott
27.
Taylor, and he's still got a hope
Jesus, you
now.
require 138.
Negara doesn't do the Della.
Which he won't. So Scott Taylor, Jesus Negara, sorry, has won both games so far
58.
today.
Scott, you
got himself
require
to the
12.
top of the table. But this group has gone completely against
Game,
the script.
shot, and the
And I
match.
said earlier
Scott
that was
Taylor.
banana bombing the table, and that's got to stay the same again here. Scott Taylor now has just mixed it up even further. 2 valuable points there for Scott Taylor. We said in his last game that he needs to win that one, otherwise he can only really reach 12 points. He won that game, and now he's won this one, and that one is just going to mix things up slightly. Jesus Negara, though, again, draw your eye to that checkout column. 60% again for Jesus Negara. Very good on the outer ring. He just couldn't get there often enough. Scott Taylor completely outscoring him when you look at that. 10 more darts at the double. He needed that little bit of time to get over the line, but again, solid enough around about the 90 mark. Scott Taylor in the mix. Someone who is in the mix is Robert Thornton, and he's coming up next against the ADC number 1, Matt Jackson.
Welcome back, and you're joining us when we have set up a real grandstand finish. It's getting so close at the top of the table. That after a 4-3 success for Scott Taylor against Jesus Negara in that previous match. You can see there, as the boys in commentary pointed out, Taylor just gave himself so many more opportunities. 15 darts at double for him in that game, an average of more than 90, and he got over the line despite that exceptional checkout percentage from the Spaniard. Well, this is how the table now looks, and suddenly Scott Taylor finds himself at the top of it on 10 points, along with the man he's just beaten, Jesus Negara. Robert Thornton also on 10, but he is about to play his game in hand against bottom-placed Matt Jackson. David Wazowski still in the race as well. It could be a really gripping end to today's action, but as I said, it's Thornton against Jackson here. When the pair met yesterday, Robert got the better of Matt, the Scotsman taking out this 36 finish on double 9 to get over the line. And in his last game today against Crabtree, he executed an absolutely sublime 120, having to step across there to somehow find a way into that treble bed. Look at that. And then Robert Thornton, as he so often does, pinned tops to take the points. If he takes the points in this one, he will be on top. So will the Scotsman return to the summit of the stack, or can Matt Jackson be a thorn in his side? It is flights, camera, action.
Thanks, Murph. And Edgar has mentioned on many a times about preferred short price favourites and how they differ. Well, this is one I most definitely like. Thornton at 4-9. Jackson at 13-8. What's your take on that, pal?
Value really there, isn't there? When we look at what's happened today, Matt Jackson's just not been able to cross the line. We have seen an improved level of performance from Matt Jackson today on both of his occasions, but in both of those games he did go 3-1 up, and then literally the wheels came off. And not
First
just
leg, it's Matt
he
to throw
slowed down,
first. Game on.
stalled.
Yeah, Jackson does have a win over Thornton. It was on Monday, and pretty sure that
45.
that was the day. Well, it was the day where we did mention that the timing of
100.
Thornton just wasn't there, was it, on Monday? Since then, though, he's had 3 wins against Jackson, including
100.
yesterday. It was a narrow scoreline, winning 4-3.
100.
Maybe that's why it is a short, well, as big as 4-9, because we probably could make a case for it being
125.
a little shorter. Maybe think about backing Thornton in running, because
100.
Jackson has been making a good start to matches, but just not been able to see them out.
Yeah, I was quite surprised as well, because
85.
I like to take a screen grab of the odds at the start of the day so we can see if there's any market moves, to see what you guys at home are thinking is the most likely
100.
outcome.
Matt,
See
you
if we're
require
missing something.
146.
And actually, it was 4-9 this morning, so this game's been well left alone. From what we've seen so far from Robert
90.
Thornton today.
Robert, you require
Surprises me.
101.
Very rare do you see this, actually, a leg where the player goes 4 100s and then takes out the 101. We're not going to see it here either.
It's
But
old school darts.
84.
Maybe that
Matt, you
is down
require
to the fact that
56.
Thornton lost his opening match today, that there's been no movement, and the fact that
46.
Jackson has lost
Robert, you require
both
70.
of his matches 4-3.
well, maybe it's just a case of, because
Game
Matt
shot on
Jackson's
the
got those
first
3-1
leg.
leads,
Robert
and he's had
Thornton.
that good level of performance early on, that people think eventually he's surely got to cross the line sometime.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw
Disastrous
first.
start
Game
for
on.
Jackson. That's a break of throw.
140.
Something that's been, again, if we're going to be overcritical, he's not hit a lot of 180s, has he? For someone who's fairly prolific in that
81.
department.
I'm not going to try the Scottish accent, but I reckon if you was to ask him, he'd say, saving more for Saturday.
100.
I can only swear in Scottish.
140. 140.
Something like this. 140 ton, 140.
85. Robert, you require 121.
Tops.
101. 59. Robert, you
13.
require 20.
Don't hold a throw. There's not much you can do when your opponent's doing that. That's why we like that value of
15.
4 to
Matt, you
9.
require
Because that power
136.
scoring forces Matt Jackson into a double treble combination.
58.
Of course,
Robert, you
it does give
require
Thornton
5.
a bit of breathing space on the doubles. Oh, treble one for double one.
Game shot on the
Any way
second
you
leg.
like, pal.
Robert Thornton.
And that's back-to-back 17 dart legs, and they've been more than enough. Don't forget this evening, around about
Third leg, it's
25
Matt
past
to
8,
throw
I'll be on the
first.
Greyhound show at Sporty Stuff TV, doing a little preview for tonight's
60.
conclusion of Group B. I'll also be doing a Suzaka. A nice little four-timer for you this evening,
93.
which includes a couple of 5 to 6 shots. You'll have to tune in to find out what they are.
140.
Got a nod of approval from Mr. Edgar.
134.
Yeah, I agree with that one. I think you picked a good one there.
140.
If you're Matt Jackson, then what would
85.
you be
Matt,
looking
you
to take away
require
from this?
161.
Is there much you can take away in terms of a positive, or do you literally just scrub this off, go back to what he was
44.
doing, where he's picking up all those titles on that ADC tour?
I think there's some things that we've both picked up on in terms of the fundamentals.
135. Matt, you
Just work
require
on those areas to see
117.
if you can make some small increments of improvement.
57.
Seen that
Robert, you require
there's
54.
certainly talent and ability there.
44. Matt,
Well,
you
that's the thing,
require
if
60.
you've got issues with the fundamentals, with those ABCs, no pun intended that time, that what you do lack isn't the ability.
40.
It's
Robert, you
the
require 10.
ability to produce that ability regular, consistency.
No score. Matt, you require 20. No score. Robert, you require 10.
Seen him split this a few times.
5.
He did this yesterday. He had 3 darts
Matt,
and it
you
missed it,
require
then came back and
20.
split. Split it this time, but in bits.
No score.
Thornton's had 9
Robert, you
darts with a
require
double in this
5.
leg. The 3 now. Surely not treble one, double one again.
3. Matt, you require 20. Game shot on the third leg. Matt Jackson.
Oh, after 11 darts at a double, Matt Jackson finally gets one in between the wires.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
That
Game on.
was a 26 dart holder throw. That, by some margin, is the
140.
longest leg of the week.
And how often do we see a leg like that where we go 26 darts, then the next player comes
12.
up? Yeah. I was going to go with 14.
58.
Well, he started with a 140. If he'd have
60.
followed it, then we could have had a 12 on our hands. But he's en route for a winning leg
60.
in 5 visits, that's for sure. And again, this is
140.
experience from Thornton, where we have seen Matt lose a leg where he's had multiple darts at a double and just dragged it over
41.
into the,
Robert, you require
the following
161.
legs.
99.
Well, that 14 is on. I do assure you this is live. This is happening in front of us.
140. Robert, you require 62. 42.
The double trouble continues here for Robert Thornton.
Yet again, the Heavy scoring is giving him time, but can't
135.
afford another slip
Robert, you
here.
require 20. Game shot on the fourth leg. Robert Thornton.
Eventually gets there with a much better leg. An 18-dart hold. He
Fifth leg, it's Matt
could
to
be
throw
on his way back
first.
to the
Game on.
players' lounge, and he needs one more leg before he can do that.
85.
Let's have the opportunity here, of course, to go back top of the table. He will move on to 12 points with a win here.
180.
And that's the important thing, isn't it? We're talking about the averages, the stats, the missed doubles, the missed
83.
opportunities. He should be here, he should be doing that. The most important thing is that Robert Thornton gets 2 points from this game, because the way that everybody else is picking up the points at the minute and how
40.
tight it is at that top of the table, this is a game he cannot afford to lose.
No. No, because especially as the fact that Matt is yet to pick up a win today, so
125.
that's almost like double points, isn't it? I mean, priority number one is by hook or by crook to qualify for tomorrow night.
140.
Doesn't matter how, it's just getting in there.
132. Robert, you require 141.
And Matt Jackson's going to have a chance here at the 76 to extend this game.
121. Matt, you require
They don't stay straight,
76.
it might not be any.
Well, he's not handing it to him, is he? Tops.
41. Robert, you require 20.
Well, he's had 12 darts at a double in this game, Matt Jackson, and only converted the one. But Robert Thornton
No score.
just can't get
Matt, you
over the
require
line.
35.
21 darts Robert Thornton has had at doubles and converted 3.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
fifth
18
leg.
missed darts at
Matt
a double.
Jackson.
The way Robert Thornton's been playing the last couple of days, that's the amount of darts that he's had missed at a double in this one match so far.
Sixth
These
leg,
5
it's Robert
legs,
to throw
you'd
first.
consider that a
Game
bad
on.
leg of darts, 18.
Yeah, absolutely. Matt Jackson has extended
134.
the match, despite multiple match starts for Robert.
100. 60.
But Thornton becoming animated.
95.
Well, he'll be aware on the outer ring. And the thing is, when you start missing the outer ring, start missing those doubles, it tends to affect every part of your game, because
41.
you almost feel like you've got to score heavier to give yourself more opportunity when you're lacking confidence at the end of the leg.
Correct.
139.
Jackson just will not go away.
180. Matt, you require
Second.
167. 45. Robert, you require 86.
Should be treble 14 for tops, really. 68 left.
78. Matt,
Tidies
you
up,
require
but It's a
122.
very doable finish. 4 18s and ball.
This is a more
54.
doable finish.
Robert, you require 8.
Double 4.
Game, shot, and the match.
That
Robert
keeps
Thornton.
Robert Thornton in contention. It wasn't his best, it wasn't his prettiest. 18 darts missed at a double there for Robert Thornton, which, like we said earlier, would kind of be a bad leg for Robert Thornton, the way he's been playing so the last couple of days. But the most important thing is he's got the victory. 4-2 win over Matt Jackson. He's still in contention to qualify through for Saturday. Cam Crabtree is out of contention, but David Wawrzewski is certainly in the mix, and that game is coming in just a couple of minutes' time.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Thornton has finals night in his sights and indeed in his hands after a victory over Matt Jackson in the previous match. Thornton getting over the line despite all those missed starts at double, 18 of them in total in that match, but a 4-2 success all the same for the Thorn, and a victory that sees him return to the top of the table and put a tiny little bit of distance between himself and the chasing pack. 2 points clear now, Robert Thornton. So as I said, in his hands, he knows if he keeps winning, then he will be through regardless of other results. Scott Taylor, Jesus Negara on 10, and David Wazowski hoping to join them and keep it a 4-horse race going into the last couple of rounds of matches today. Wazowski is taking on Cam Crabtree in this one, and he did get the better of the 19-year-old yesterday, completing this fantastic 116 checkout to do so. And speaking of fantastic checkouts, what about this from Cam Crabtree today? 132 against the Thorn. Very, very nicely done from him. We've seen some promising stuff from him, of course, including that record personal best, record debut average yesterday from Crabtree. You could catch that in its entirety on our YouTube channel. Something to do in between the two sessions today, but you'd have to watch it about 50 times to fill that gap. Plenty of other content there as well. So let's see if Wazzy can fire his way back in to the top two. Two men who are always on fire, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Murph. Well, Cam Crabtree could become spoiler here, Matt.
Yeah, David Wawrzewski, Wazzy, wants to be on fire here. He wants to be in contention of this group. He has to win this game, I feel. If he loses this, he'll stay on 8. And that will just potentially put him out. This round of fixtures hasn't gone his way. Scott Taylor and Robert Thornton both picking up victories in this round, and they're the two
First
that
leg, it's Cam to throw
earmarked
first.
at the start of being the two
Game
players
on.
we expect to be at the top by the end of it. When we look ahead to the next round of fixtures, Scott Taylor's got Matt Jackson next. Matt Jackson hasn't been able to pick up a victory today. He's only been winning one game a day.
43.
So it'd be fair to assume that Scott Taylor's going to take that victory against Matt Jackson, and then David Wawrzewski would have to break the throw
45.
of Robert Thornton and do it extremely heavy. And I just think that's too much of an ask. So this, I believe, is a bit of
44.
an all or nothing really for Wazzy.
Totally agree.
$28.
Yeah, it's a big game coming up for Scott Taylor against Matt Jackson. Of course, it
45.
looks likely to come down to, well, at the moment, it's down to 4, isn't it?
77.
That could become 3 if David's defeated here, and Scott Taylor's running is against Matt
60.
Jackson, and then Robert Thornton in our penultimate game. That one could be just
100.
a straight shootout.
$99. $95. $140. David, you require
Is it
156.
well timed?
$100. Cam, you require 70. Game shot on the first leg. Cam
Clinical
Crabtree.
ending to the match at 140, followed by the 70 out. And that's
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
hold for Cam.
You have to pick
140.
strength, the superpower of Cam. It would be that combination finishing, and comes to the forefront again there, the 70, one dart in hand.
57.
Again, the scoring phase left question marks, but when he gets to the back end of legs, he can polish those off. If he could put 10 points on that front 9 average,
He'd be right in the mix, wouldn't
94.
he? The only area where he's just not quite at it.
96.
And when I say 10 points on that average, on that front 9 average, it's not an
59.
unreasonable thing to ask for. Like I say, he's running at the 84 on that front 9. The 176 players that have played the Pro Tour this year would be ranked 172.
121.
Even putting 10 points on his average. Remember, 176 players have played on the Pro Tour this year. If he was to put 10 points on his average, he'd still be around the 135 mark.
Yeah, but
100.
that's the elite end of our sport, isn't it?
Yeah, that's looking at the aim small, miss small mentality.
93.
Aim
David, you require 108.
He'll be
What
good
is
on the development tour.
what is the number one on the Pro Tour in terms of that front 9? What are we
68.
talking numbers?
Can you require 134?
108.52, which is Gary Anderson.
Wow.
From 10, all average 106.
81.
for
David,
their
you
first
require
9.
40.
Yeah, that's a huge difference.
Game shot on the second leg. David Wazowski.
Well, this one is getting better as we're going deeper into the match.
Third leg, it's Cam to
17
throw
darter that
first.
time,
Game on.
David.
Yeah, it just shows, doesn't it, like the 84 up against someone in the top 10 of the Pro Tour.
60.
By the time you throw 9 darts, you're going to be roughly about 100 points behind every leg.
You're not going to be getting
40.
You're not going to be getting a shot out, are you?
Well, that's where you go back to your Shane Burgess. If you're going to get a shot, it's going to be a 160, a 170. It's going to be
59.
one of the big ones. The 106 average actually goes down to rank number 12 before it goes down to the 105.
26.
And it takes us down to number 57 in the rankings on that front 9 before we drop out of the 100.
140.
Wow.
$180.
Well, it was Wazowski having problems
45.
with his front 9 until that 180 after visits of 40 and 26.
100. 60. David, you require 155. 119. Cam, you require 137.
The 180 from Wazowski, only his third his campaign so far, which will make
89.
feel a
David, you
bit less
require
victimised.
36.
Bought him these darts at the double.
18. Cam, you require 48.
An opportunity that I didn't think Cam was going to get for the hold.
Game shot on the
Lovely-
third leg. Cam
lovely first
Crabtree.
dart. Again, acknowledging a rare bit of good fortune for Cam.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Now, I've done a bit more digging so I can try and be a bit more realistic with the
81.
expectations of what adding 10 points would do to that front 9 average. So to add front 9 average of 10 points, move him up to a
97.
94 and a half. That would put him around about the 15, 16, 14 sort of area
92.
on the development tour. Add that in with his incredible ability of finishing and combination shots and taking out some clutch finishing.
100.
And he becomes competitive there to be challenging for the positions on that development tour.
And it's Josh Rock on the top of the
60.
Dev Tour, isn't it?
it's Josh Rock on the top of most things. Front nine average of 104.78. He's the only
58.
player on the development tour who averages over 100 on that front nine.
It sort of sounds easy, doesn't it? Just 3 straight
58.
tons every time.
$41.
Anything that sounds easy normally becomes
60.
really hard.
Here, but himself.
59.
Distance of a
David,
break
you
or
require
throw, but
150.
there's a opportunity that now has gone.
81. Cam, you require 146. $57. David, you require 69. Game shot on the fourth leg. David Wazowski.
Holds on for a 4th consecutive hold of throw.
Fifth leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game
This
on.
one just not quite caught fire so far.
It appears.
100.
And I notice all these sort of quirky things that David Wazowski doesn't have
60.
a dart case with any spares. Normally what will happen is a player will take a case on stage, will have spare stems, spare flights in case there's any damage.
131.
darts. What Wazzy's done, instead of taking up a dart case with equipment in, we look at the table, it appears that
60.
he's just took up a whole new dart.
Yep.
Just a ready-made set. If anything breaks, he's going to change the dart.
Yep, which is the way forward, really, when you think about it. If you
60.
have your own darts or use another player's darts, just rotate them, and there's always that risk you could snap
140.
a point or a stem actually break in the back of the barrel, which can take a lot of time to
58.
remove. So just have one ready to go. But I'd have more than one.
I was just about to say, what if he breaks 2 points? What if he smashes 2 stems?
100. Cam, you require 152.
Maybe put a whole set there.
60.
What if he...
David, you require
down the smoke machine?
141.
What if it went for a Burton? Of course, Peter Wright takes
55.
that concept
Cam,
to a
you
whole new
require
level, doesn't he?
92.
Needs a table to himself.
56. David, you require
effort.
86.
Peter Wright walks into the practice room, you think he's on his way to holiday. He's got a suitcase of darts.
Game shot on the fifth leg. David
David
Wazowski.
Wazowski is on his way to staying in contention for this group.
Yeah, that's the first break of throw of the match.
Sixth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
If you can find one more leg, that's going to keep him seriously interested and in
140.
contention for this group. When we look ahead at the fixtures, Matt Jackson's got Scott Taylor next. All things considered, you'd
57.
expect a Scott Taylor win in that one. Jesus Negara, probably the same sort of situation when he takes on Cam Crabtree. But then,
100.
it's kind of in Wazzy's own hands, which is what you want as a dart player. You don't want to be standing there practicing, getting ready for your game, thinking, I hope this player loses, or I hope this player plays well. He'll be taking on Robert
140.
Thornton, the group leader.
$100. $96. David, you require 161. $56. 82. David, you require 105.
This for the match. Oh, and that is quite a difference. Well, distance away, should I say, from the 13. There's a bit of a gap there on that one. That wasn't a well-thrown dart.
73. Cam, you require
There's a chance to
126.
mop this one up. To steal it. Gonna need a treble 19 for a dart at the ball. Doesn't get it, so Wazzy
86.
should be about to
David,
keep it
you
alive.
require 32.
Wazzy, wrap it up.
Game,
There's the
shots,
answer.
and the match.
3
David Wazowski.
consecutive legs for David Wazowski is more than enough to get the job done against, has to be said, a disappointing performance from Cam Crabtree there. Only 78.17 the average, but it is David who soldiers on to 10 points plus 3. He's on 10 points alongside Jesus Negara and Scott Taylor. And it's Scott Taylor back in action in our next match against Matt Jackson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
All that, and it's absolutely free. Free to watch, free to attend as well. Tickets available at dartshop.tv if you want to be here on Saturday night, any Saturday night here at the Super Series. Who will be here on Saturday night from Group C, though? Well, David Wazowski has kept himself in contention with that 4-2 success over Cam Crabtree. Good display in terms of finishing from the pair of them. That has been the key feature of this group, and it means that with 2 rounds of fixtures left to play in Group C, there's still 4 men in the hunt for those top 2 spots that would get them a place in Saturday's action. Robert Thornton, 2 points ahead, but just 2 points separating those top 4. Taylor, Negara and Wazowski all still firmly in the race. And Taylor will play his next match right now. He's facing Matt Jackson. Jackson did beat Scott Taylor yesterday in what was his kind of daily win here at the Super Series. And we can see him doing just that right now. And Scott Taylor, who has lost his first match on each of the 2 days in Group C, has come back strong both times and did that with this win over Jesus Negara earlier on, a crucial victory for Scott Taylor and maybe a few others in this group. So we're approaching the end, and it really is a proper grandstand finish in Group C. Sit back and enjoy seeing how it unfolds in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, well, picked you out a hot favourite that we thought was possibly a little bit too big at 4-9, and that was Robert Thornton against Matt Jackson. Well, here's another 4-9 shot, again against Matt Jackson, but this time for Scott Taylor. And he will be looking for revenge, of course, after yesterday.
And he wasn't a 4-9 shot this morning, actually. I'd like to take a little grab of the odds in the morning to see where any market moves may appear. He actually started the day at 8-13. Which means we have seen about
first
4
leg, it's Matt to throw first.
On the price
Game
of
on.
Scott Taylor. Means a very popular selection in this one.
$81.
Scott Taylor was one of my 2 picks to get through this group.
We both picked
7.
Thornton and Taylor, didn't we, at the beginning of the action yesterday morning?
140.
Speaking of the action is going to
81.
want to begin here. The action being Matt Jackson. Because he does get a daily win. If he can get that here against Scott Taylor, could really
80.
upset this group.
Yeah, he's won a single game on each of the 4 days he's played so far here at the Super Series across Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday.
97.
Final game of this session today against Crabtree, match number 13 of 15. This is
28.
match number 10. Myself and Matt Edgar,
97.
we're just looking over next week's lineup. We'll bring you full details on that tomorrow night during finals
60.
night. It's a tasty lineup, isn't it?
Oh, that Group A. That could be one of the toughest Group A's we have ever
137.
seen.
Matt, you require 112.
When you talk about levelling off a group and everyone being of a similar grain of ability.
72. Scott, you require
That group.
82.
See, especially could throw a blanket over them.
Well, I will give you one exclusive. Only because well, it's not exclusive because I've already seen it on Facebook
62.
this morning, but
Matt, you require
The
40.
newly crowned champions
Game
of
shot on the first
champions
leg.
winner,
Matt Jackson.
Conan Whitehead, returns to try and defend that Series 1 Champions of Champions title.
Second
next
leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Thursday and Friday
Game
night.
on. $96.
I have to say, I thoroughly enjoyed
100.
the company of Conan Whitehead throughout Champions Week. We had great fun.
95. 46.
This won't be fun for
81.
Scott Taylor. He's losing the line a little bit.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a worry early on.
58. One hundred and
Right on
80.
cue. Left.
100. Scott, you
Number of the
require
house I was born
49.
In.
Game shot on the second leg.
That is
Scott
some
Taylor.
turnaround. That's a 14-dart hold when we were just beginning to fear the worst for Scott Taylor.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $91.
Keep banging on about it. The range of Scott Taylor. He has not dropped below 90 today. 90.38
137.
That was a victory over Jesus Negara. If we go into yesterday, 93, 93,
100.
92, we have to go back to his 7th game before we see him drop
140.
below a 90 average, and that was an 88.46.
Yeah, which is probably 2 missed darts at doubles, isn't it?
60.
This one, after a disastrous start, averaging in the high 90s, we're just shy of a ton.
57.
That was why I thought he'd be a good pick for this group. Consistency.
125.
Unproven
Scott,
at
you
a
require
higher level.
167. $82. Matt, you require 125.
Well, you'll stay there. Oh, this will be lovely. This will be one for the highlight reel.
100.
Just north
Scott,
of
you
the bullseye.
require 85.
The thickness of a wire away. Can Scott Taylor find the ball?
60. Matt, you require 25. $23. Scott, you require 25.
For our first breaker throw in the match. For Scott Taylor to take the initiative. 2 12s. 2 6s.
13. Matt, you require 2.
Well, this is getting a bit nervy time for Scott
Game
Taylor.
shot on the third leg.
Matt Jackson
Jackson
keeps it going. You mentioned about that sort of ceiling and that sort of performance we can see from Scott Taylor. Let me just read off a few of his
Fourth leg, it's Scott to
achievements
throw
here for
first.
you.
Game on.
He has held the PDC Tour card for 5 seasons. Now, because that's an odd number, that tells me that there was once that he held his card by breaking into the seasonal top 65.
100.
Yep.
Along with that, he's had the highest average of 107.98. Highest TV average was a 99.21.
46.
We've seen him in the UK Open, the Players' Championship finals, played on European tours, won a Challenge Tour. But I think the biggest
92.
achievement for him was that Pro Tour final in 2018 when he lost out 6-4 to Michael van Gerwen.
46.
Not a bad little resume.
59. $59. $140.
Absolute control of the leg.
60. Scott, you require 110.
Doesn't like it.
50.
Safe 20.
60. Scott, you require 60.
For a level game. At some point he's going to have to attack Scott Taylor.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott
Matt
Taylor.
Jackson throw and force a break of throw from somewhere.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first.
I just wanted to go back and have a look at that Pro Tour run to the final where he lost to Michael Van Gogh in
95.
6-4 and see what that run looked like for him. Kicked off his day with a victory over Davy Van Balen. Battled up with a win over Wayne Jones. And he beat
97.
Steve Beaton. And then in the last 16 game, this was when that career high average actually came at 107.97. A 6-1 victory
100.
over Steve West. Backed that up with a win in the quarterfinals against Gary Anderson. Jason Lowe in the semis. And then obviously
96.
defeat to Michael Van Gogh in 6-4 in the final.
And that is another example of the high
99.
ceiling Scott Taylor possesses.
And that game in the final, when you look at the
162.
game detail, went hold. They literally just held their throw till 4-all. Scott Taylor
75.
held with a 13 darter.
Scott, you require 146.
Typical MVG.
58. Matt, you require 132.
He said he needs a break of throw.
92.
This is an
Scott, you
opportunity to
require
do so.
88.
Should be guaranteeing himself at least a dart at the ball. He's going to get 2 at the Mensa.
Game shot on the
Again,
fifth leg.
He nods his
Scott
head, he has a
Taylor.
grimace, and then he hits.
That is an all-important break of throw. He had a 162 in the leg.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
And the 88
Game on.
finish to get the job done. This is far from a perfect performance so far from Scott Taylor. He's still averaging 90. Again, that
60.
consistency is on display.
$140.
Even when he looks like he's not doing bits, he still is.
Yeah.
59.
Remember, Matt Jackson has qualified for this Super Series. by virtue of
140.
his ranking in the ADC, the amateur darts circuit.
140.
You fancy your chances for
44.
trip to the Super Series? There is plenty of opportunities to qualify via the amateur dart circuit. Get involved.
100.
Come and have a go if you think you're good enough.
Yeah, I believe there's 50 places that's going to be awarded throughout the year.
Yep.
For ADC
56.
qualifiers. That is off the various
Scott, you
ranking
require
systems. I believe
142.
The ADC are going to put a message out in the very near future about how that will be broken down and who gets the invites. But in Matt
44.
Jackson's sense, it's really
Matt,
easy.
you
Just
require
be number one.
121.
Of course, there's going to be a collaboration
85.
the World
Scott, you
Seniors
require
Dart Tour as
98.
well, so the month of January will be
Game,
several
shots,
players
and the match.
from the
Scott Taylor.
World Seniors Darts Tour ranking system, also qualifying for an opportunity here at the Super Series, but it is Scott Taylor who joins Robert Thornton on 12 points. Again, the average very, very good from Scott Taylor. Up next, it is Jesus Noguera against Cam Crabtree.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where there is a real thrilling finale set up here in Group C. That's after Scott Taylor just got the better of Matt Jackson in that previous match. Taylor winning it 4-2. Chris Mason's alongside me. Not at his best, but effective enough.
Yeah, even when he's not at his best, he's still hovering around that 88 to 92 area, and he just seems to find a way every time, doesn't he? Just when you think he may be going off the ball, he produced a couple of 180s there at the right time and gets the win.
Yeah, and it's a win that takes him joint top of the Group C table. It's all about those top 2 positions getting through to finals night to join Thibaut Tricot. But it is a 4-horse race, and we're going to have some shootouts, I think, at the end of the day.
Yeah, and more importantly, the other 3 there that are right in the mix with Thornton, Negara and Wazowski have all got a game in hand on Scott Taylor. So we are reaching the real business end of this group, and anything can happen from here. Remember, it's just the top 2 that do qualify. Yeah,
it means Robert Thornton does have it in his hands, but he also plays a couple of the other players, so they've kind of got it in their hands as well. It's really interesting.
Yeah, he has the tougher running of all those group of 4 at the top of the table.
Yeah, last 2 matches of the day are Thornton against Taylor and Wazowski against Negara. So
could be a straight shootout between Thornton and Taylor.
Absolutely, brilliant stuff. Well, Negara is in action next, playing that game in hand. He takes on Cam Crabtree. He did get the better of him yesterday, and you and Matthew have been saying these are the kind of sort of bread and butter matches now. No disrespect to Crabtree and Jackson, these are the ones that the top 4 have to win.
Yeah, well, they could become spoilers. That's the only part they may be able to play in the remainder of the matches available.
And we saw exactly that, because he was a spoiler against Scott Taylor earlier on, Cam Crabtree.
Yeah, it could have been absolutely costly for Scott Taylor, but he bounced back very well, and he's rescued the situation.
Well, let's see if Negara can keep himself firmly in the race as we head towards the final lap. Chris Mason will do a quick run downstairs, and Matthew Edgar is on the grid ready to go.
There's Jesus Negara ready to go. We've been having some short prices land recently, a couple of 4-9s. This is another one of those. Jesus Negara comes into this 4-9 favourite, rightly so, on the basis of everything we've seen so far, not just in terms of the league table, but in terms of the level of performance. But this one poses a completely different challenge, because as we've just seen with that league table, Cam Crabtree is out of the running, but he has shown enough in spurts, not just today, but yesterday, 115 debut average, that he could cause problems here for Jesus. And it is a fascinating running, like you say. It's in Robert Thornton's hands. That's how he's going to want it. As a dart player, the last thing you want to do in this situation is be standing watching
first
that TV.
Gets Jesus to throw
in the practice room, there's a
game
little
on
monitor, so you can see all the live feeds, see what's going out. He would have been gathered around the league table, having a look. I would not have been surprised, actually, if they're discussing that legs column right now.
Well, I've just walked through the players' lounge and practice area, and they are doing exactly that. They're sat at the table, looking at the TV, and there's a big grin on Robert Thornton's face. And what Passy said, it's going to be exciting, 58. Isn't it? So there's, you know, he's not daunted by it. He was almost embracing it.
Well, he's been here how many times before, and quite successfully. £1.3 million
140
in ranking prize money alone for Robert Thornton.
Yeah, between him and Andy Hamilton, it's close to
134.
£2.5 million in total.
You wouldn't mind that as a career.
60.
Is match number 11 of 15, so we are really approaching the business end.
58.
For the top 4, any defeat at this stage would be a disaster.
I think it's worked out in the way that the fixtures have, that both Matt Jackson and Cam Crabtree are both out of the running, playing each other next. And what that's going to do in terms of this group, it's going to just move those out of the way and leave this for the 4 players at the top to battle it out against each other.
Absolutely.
All of those will be doubles.
120.
Because you're going to lose a game off your
Jesus,
your
you
legs column
require
or your games
160.
column, and you're either going to be losing points or gaining them. They're all going to be like 4-pointers.
Absolutely. Another one of those. Ooh, yeah. Giving that a look as if to say, where on earth does that come from?
Was you a fan
84.
of the 4
Can
to
you
9
require
available about Jesus
131?
Negara for this one?
Not as big as a fan as I was of the 4
71.
to 9 in the last one, and the
Jesus
4 to 9 in the
requires
match before
76.
involving Robert Thornton. I think I'm wary about both because there is that massive gap in terms of performance levels.
72. Can you require 60?
And you never quite know at what point will Cam
Game
Crabtree
shot on the first leg. Cam Crabtree.
restore that ability he showed yesterday.
I can tell you when he's going to do it.
Second leg,
because
it's
the
Cam to
stats
throw
tell
first.
You when it is. It's any time he's on a finish.
Game on.
Yep.
To be one of the most dangerous finishers we have seen.
Well, stats acknowledge that, don't they?
97.
Don't forget, if you want to join us, myself and Matt Edgar and the 6 players that will be in action in tomorrow night's final, the tickets are free
81.
and available via dartshop.tv. Come and get involved in the action.
100.
Really is an up-close and personal experience here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Lovely little Italian just up the road.
100.
4-minute walk. I might have plugged that place. I should be getting free pasta up there, but it's stunning. Come out, have a nice bit of
98.
food and come in and have a bit of darts for the night.
Ivo Tricol already booked his
140.
place through to Saturday.
Yep,
And
he's
in the
safely
next
through.
hour or so, we're going to have 2 more players book their place.
138.
He did say the worry over
140.
what we've seen
Can
from
you
Cam, that
require
it could come out at any
68?
point.
Yeah. And from a betting standpoint, that makes
64.
backing him or
Jesus, you
opposing
require
him
40.
a little volatile.
I suppose with that in mind as well, we said yesterday that anytime you're going to back 4
Game
against
shot on the
Jesus
second
Negara, you
leg.
can expect
Jesus
a bumpy
Negara.
ride.
Yeah, and that is something, of course, that we now know
Third
firsthand
leg, it's
from
Jesus to throw first. Game
attempting
on.
to put you all in the right direction.
'81. $100.
And the averages at the moment, after 2 legs played, very little to separate them. And looking at the checkouts, both had 3, both of it 1.
140.
And that just tells the story in the legs column as well. Completely level game, 1 apiece,
99.
but the game is being played for 2 completely different reasons.
Yep. It's a must win for Jesus Negara to keep his hopes alive.
45.
Qualifying for tomorrow night's final. Getting a step closer to winning tomorrow night's final and picking up £5,000. And of course, qualifying
132.
for Champions League. 12 weeks of qualifying. We've already had 2. Jim McEwen and Alexandra Merckx already safely through to Champions Week. Week before that, of course, we crowned our first champion of champions here at the Super Series. Conan Whitehead
60.
taking the spoils.
Cam, you require 170. $96.
All about leaving this as low as possible and trying to force an error out of Cam Crabtree. That won't do it.
Well, here's the error. The error's coming from Jesus. And he's slowed completely down the pace
27.
here. He's completely
Cam,
lost
you
rhythm.
require
Doesn't suit him,
74.
does it at all?
Lost all pace and rhythm in this game.
Game
and
shot on the third leg.
Cam mops that
Cam
one up.
Crabtree.
And this time, can he hold on to the throw? He's got the break. Can he now extend the lead?
All three legs.
Fourth leg, it's Cam
Have
to throw
been
first.
Breaks
Game
the
on.
throw, and it's Cam Crabtree going along very nicely on 97.76. 50% on his doubles. Yet to hit a
82.
140 or a 180.
Which
80.
pretty much again, game after game, just confirms what we've said from the very, very start. He could just work on that scoring power a little bit with some drills.
177.
He could become a very dangerous customer.
Well, the only sort of big flaw we could find was that opening 9, and so far in this one,
43.
that's been addressed.
$94.
Didn't like the 4-9 at the start of the game for Jesus. He's now 100 to 30. That was flip-flopped very quick.
I think people will be recognising that
85. Cam, you require
Negara's
148.
seems to have lost his rhythm and tempo in the match.
$92.
A sign of someone who's trying to control it a little bit too much, isn't it? It's just not believing in himself, so he's trying to place the darts.
Yeah, he's trying to dictate, and fortunately, by doing so and
58.
trying to be
Cam, you require 56.
too precise, just lost his way.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Cam Crabtree.
Don't you just feel right now that Cam is probably the most popular player within that practice room?
Fifth
right
leg,
now?
it's Jesus to throw
Absolutely.
first. Game on.
This is a solid performance so far. Winning legs of 17, 14 and 15. An average of
140.
98.36 and maintaining that 50% strike rate on the outer ring.
57.
Jesus has been in this position before today. He was 3-1 down to Matt Jackson.
83.
Brought it back to 4-3 victory. He's got positive signs in this situation, positive recent experience to draw back on.
140.
Yeah, positive memories, isn't it? That's what it's all about. It's all about the mindset.
I'll tell you what, we've spent a lot of time saying about how Negara's trying to be a bit too deliberate and how Negara is
44.
slowing down a bit too much. But one thing we haven't talked about is actually the brilliance that Cam Crabtree showing here, a much raised level of performance. And you mentioned coming into this that one thing he was worried about was he'd never know when it's going to come out.
It's coming out now. And I just feel like Jesus is trying to be too measured. I think a little earlier Cam was maybe a little bit too quick, which meant his game became a little erratic, where it's just much more measured in this game so far.
You can see in the average there, 101.87
Cam, you require
for Cam Crabtree.
124.
Don't try and control that. Take it on. Have a battle.
Yeah. Stay down there. Leaves
92.
32 after 12. And he will be back with 3 darts in hand. With his first start will be his second 100-plus average of this Group C. He still remains the only
45.
player to have
Cam, you required 32.
100-plus average.
Game,
He's
shot,
doubled up on that
and the
again
match.
on the outer ring.
Cam
Very, very
Crabtree.
good from Cam Crabtree. You did warn us. You said that when you've got that level ability in your locker, you never know when it's going to come out. Cam Crabtree gets another 100-plus average on the board. This time it's a 101. It's almost apologising to Jesus Negara. Sort that out, Cam. You don't apologise for beating somebody. He's beat you, and many others have beat you along the way. That's put you in that position. So enjoy spoiling the party. Spoiling the Jesus Negara party. One more party could be dampened in the next game, because this is a battle at the top end of the table between Robert Thornton and Wazzy David Wazowski.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen a big, big blow for Jesus Negara in his bid to make it through to finals night on Saturday. He went down 4-1 to Cam Crabtree, who produced his second 3-figure average of the week. Of course, he had that stunning 115.62 in his very first match. Haven't seen much like it from him since, but that was very, very good stuff from him. It means that Negara is now struggling to keep the pace at the top of the table in what is promising to be a really thrilling finale to this group. Negara stays in 4th place on 10 points, along with David Wazowski, but he has a game in hand. Robert Thornton and Scott Taylor both on 12 points. And now we have the first of 3 remaining battles between the top 4. Crabtree and Matt Jackson will play each other as well in between, but it is Thornton against Wazowski in that pair's penultimate match of the day. And Wazowski did beat Robert Thornton when they met yesterday. Wazzy getting the job done here. A 4-1 win as well for Wazowski. If a repeat result for him would see 3 players on 12 points going into the final round of matches. Robert Thornton still has it all in his own hands. He could pull a little bit further clear at the top of the table, put some daylight between himself and the rest of the chasing pack with a game still to play. Fine finish there from him early on. He's looking for a fine finish today. Will he get it? We'll find out with Mason Matz.
Cheers, Murph. Well, quite simply, a win here for Robert Thornton, and he's home and hosed. He will go on to 14 points. Plus with whatever the leg difference will be at the moment, it's 12 plus 7. Jesus Negara on 10 points can only reach 12. So that will pretty much be it, and Rob will be safely through, and then it will be down to Jesus Negara and Scott Taylor. Remember, only the top 2 from this Group C to join.
First leg, it's Robert to throw
Thibaut
first.
Tricol in
Game on.
finals night of Week 3, Series 2. This is another one of
81.
them dodgy-looking 4-9 shots, Matt.
Yeah, short format, loaded with pressure.
60.
Suppose when you load this up with pressure, you are favouriting Robert Thornton in that category.
100.
When you look at the level of achievement and what both players have done under the severest of pressures, it's Robert Thornton who really rises to the top.
60.
Sometimes rising to the very, very top. 2 EDC major titles to his name, the Grand Prix and the UK Open.
41.
Real tough ones to win. Again,
100.
Thornton looking for some revenge.
81. 39.
Interesting to know if that defeat Jesus Negara just suffered 4-1 to Cam Crabtree.
125.
That's affected these two coming into this. Like, maybe it feels a little bit more important now because we potentially lost
100. Robert, you require 73.
In terms of the odds.
Yeah. Jesus Negara now on 10 points plus 2 with 1 to play.
69.
And
David, you require 142.
This man, David Wazowski.
We haven't seen
47.
Robert Thornton for 3 matches.
Robert, you
He's had
require
3
4.
games in the practice room. That equates to about 45 minutes
Game
to an
shot
hour.
on the first leg.
And the reason I say
Robert
that's significant
Thornton.
is because in the last time we saw Robert Thornton, he had a 4-2 victory over Matt Jackson, but he missed 18 darts.
Second leg, it's
at the
David to
double.
throw first. Game on.
It gives him time to go back and work on that, get that right, just have a bit of a sit down, a bit of a reset.
36.
Now, I think the worst thing for Thornton would have been if the next game came quite quick. But I expect that he'd know how to use that time, that window of 45 minutes to an hour, and come back and increase that double in percentage. We're seeing now 33%, 1 in 3 in the opening leg.
140.
Expect it to be around about that for the entirety of this match.
Yeah, for sure.
97. 100. 100. 58. Robert, you require 164.
This is a leg that Wazzy has thrown first in. If Robert can find a treble here,
58. David, you require
Mix
167.
things up a bit. You should mix things up.
99.
Absolutely.
Robert, you require 106.
Double 16 for 2-0.
Game shot on the second
He
leg.
certainly had an
Robert
opportunity
Thornton.
to put the poor finishing behind him and have a reset. Well, I think he may have just done that. Lovely
Third
1
leg,
and
it's Robert
6
to
out.
throw first. Game
Break a
on.
throw and a 15-darter. Normal service has been resumed.
And when you want to know what the value
43.
of experience is, this is it playing out in front of your very eyes. This is 18 darts, but still gets over the line against Matt Jackson.
60.
Then comes back after a bit of a break. Takes out 106 finish and moves his percentages up to 50.
60.
What did he do in that window of time? Well, only the people in that practice room will ever really know the answer. And that's why we said people like the 19-year-old
45.
Crabtree are in a very good position here because they're going to be able to look at that, to learn that, to see what he did, because he's instantly getting paid in dividends.
121.
That's where you gain valuable experience from the benefit
60.
of others. Again, relates back to that very good analogy of the crash course.
51. 100. 90.
Nice pick off there for Robert Thornton on his third choice of treble.
100.
Now-
Robert, you require 136.
16 to 1 on to win this tie from 2-0.
41. David, you require
8 to 1.
136.
About Wazowski, if you think he can turn it around.
60. Robert, you require 95.
We've seen 106 in the last leg. There's one dart at the double. He's going to get one dart at the double again here. This time picks tops.
Game
Same
shot on the
result.
third leg. Robert
He has
Thornton.
Sure, put this right. Whatever he did in the practice room has worked.
Yeah, I want to go and find out myself. I'm fascinated.
Fourth
I
leg,
say
it's
he
David
was-
to throw first. Game on.
He was quite happy in there, cracking jokes and looked very relaxed.
43. 135. 60. 99. 56.
Scott Taylor, of course, does have that
100.
one more game on the board, which is why he's on 12 points plus 9.
79. Robert, you require
4-0 in here.
167.
We'll put Robert Thornton on 14 points plus 11.
102.
Leaving the 2-darter by going for the ball.
89. Robert, you require 65. Game, shots, and the match.
Robert Thornton.
Robert Thornton.
Well, more than put his disastrous doubling right there. 4 from 6, including a high of 106, an average just shy of 86, 85, 89. A disappointing performance for David Wazowski. Maybe he realized that his race was run. There's confirmation of the result and confirmation of 66.67% on the doubles. Up next, it is the first of our final 3 matches here in Group C. Cam Crabtree takes on Matt Jackson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Thornton is the first man through to finals night from Group C. That after a spectacular 4-0 victory against David Wazowski, who didn't get a single dart at double in that match. Thornton put his finishing right from his previous game, 4 out of 6, including that 106 checkout to get a whitewash win, and put himself through with a game to spare. He then tops the Group C table. The victory for Robert Thornton, as I said, puts him through to finals night. But as we look at the table here, you'll see that a defeat by that margin means that David Wazowski now can't make it, because even if Scott Taylor loses 4-0 against Thornton and Wazowski wins his match 4-0, he won't be able to bridge that 9-leg gap to Taylor. So Thornton through, Wazowski out of contention. It's going to be between Taylor and Negara. The first of our final round of matches, though, is between 2 players already eliminated in Cam Crabtree and Matt Jackson. And Crabtree did get the better of Jackson when the pair met yesterday. Won the match 4-0 with this 1-2-1 checkout to seal the deal. And he also got a very good win against Jesus Negara just a few matches ago that could have eliminated the Alicante ace from the field, but he's still got an outside chance heading into the last couple of matches. Matt Jackson and Cam Crabtree even bowing out. I knew it would happen once, wait till the last one of the action today. I just want to say for Matt Jackson, he is the ADC ranking leader. Now, if you're at home thinking that you could make it through and play here at the Super Series, well, you can. Just search Amateur Dart Circuit, find out where your local events are being played. Anybody can enter and has the chance to seal a spot here at the Super Series. Matt Jackson and Cam Crabtree will finish their campaigns here. It's over to Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar, who hopefully can produce the names better than I can.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Cam Crabtree. It is it's a bit of a tongue twister for some reason. Somebody, no doubt, out there will let me know why. But this one, a dead rubber, just playing for pride. We'll get to the permutations in our next match. It's a little complicated.
In terms of tongue twisters, I've always found saying salt sachet to be quite hard. I have to really slow it down.
Salt sachet.
Never just say it like in part of a sentence.
This is the first of
First
the final
leg, it's Cam to throw first.
cycle of
Game
games. Following this one, Scott Taylor against Robert Thornton. Thornton safely through. Scott Taylor in
139.
prime position. A win, of course, for Taylor ensures his spot alongside
45.
Robert Thornton. But I don't, as I said, he doesn't actually need to win. Just needs a couple of legs, but more on that when we get to it.
94.
Now, there's been a bit of a gamble on Cam Crabtree, hasn't there?
Yeah, and realistically, if we're looking at all
85.
things fair, it's probably a fair move, a right move, because Cam just had his second best average of his Super Series life with 101, where he really dented Jesus and Negara's chances of getting through. Matt Jackson
58.
unable to win a game yet today. He's won one game each day, which means he's only won 4 matches. This being his 25th. So I think it's quite
60.
a fair market move when we look at those sort of considerations. I think it's also quite a fair market move when we consider the fact that Matt Jackson has
58.
twice gone 3-1 ahead today and then just stalled.
Yeah.
$85. Cam, you require 152.
As we've already said, he has
60.
so far this week on each day he's played. This is his 25th match of the week.
26.
He's
Cam, you
secured
require 92.
1 win on each day, but so far today, he's not found that win. I don't like that when your opponent is on
56.
200, young Mr. Crabtree.
This game yesterday, it's all over the internet. You can catch it on the MODUS
Cam, you
Super
require
Series
36.
YouTube channel. The reason being because Cam Crabtree, the man you're seeing now, throwing to wrap this leg up.
18. Matt, you
Won
require
that game,
60.
4 from 4 on the doubles. Took out 1-2-1 to win the match with an average of 115.62.
Game shot on the
It took
first leg.
just over
Matt
6
Jackson.
minutes, didn't it? Well, Matt Jackson gets the
Second leg, it's
breaker
Matt to throw
after
first.
3 missed starts at doubles.
93.
3 missed at a double for Cam Crabtree, of course.
$57. 100.
Well, it was a gamble before the off. That has completely flip-flopped in game.
51.
Because Cam has not brought that level that we saw in the last game where that 101 came out. Matt Jackson is not to
58.
his stats up a little bit.
Well, for the very reason we told people to not get involved in the
58.
Jesus Negara matches is the same reason why I don't advise get involved in the Cam Crabtree matches, because of that
100.
gap in between A and B. The range in between
58.
their
Matt,
averages
you
are
require 150.
frightening.
He has the ability, though, to be explosive and be absolutely brilliant
100.
for spurts and patches.
Yeah, he's one of those who
45.
wouldn't mind
Matt,
taking
you
them on when
require
he's
50.
trailing. Getting a bit more value. Like, for example, here.
30.
Jackson's going to have at least another visit to the board. Cam well back.
140. Matt, you require
Not
20. Game shot on the second leg. Matt Jackson.
Well, it's 21 darts and 20 darts. The darts used to win the opening 2 legs, and you could now get
Third leg, it's Cam to throw
Crabtree,
first.
who was
Game on.
well gambled in. He's now 11 to 4.
We are on
57.
course, as things stand, for Cam Crabtree to produce his lowest average
125.
of his Super Series life. That only spans yesterday and today. So we don't have a very big window, but how ironic would that be if he bookended it with the very, very best performance and the very worst performance and flip-flopped in terms of the scoreline with Matt Jackson?
Yeah, absolutely.
46.
Well, irrelevant of the result here. Cam is not going to finish bottom.
123.
He would have left an opportunity for a 10, and he had to go at the ball for a 10, didn't he, earlier in the week?
80. Matt, you require 73.
Got to be a special kind of player to hit that ball with 1 dart for a 10 anyway.
Missed
33.
opportunities there
Cam,
on the
you
big
require
numbers for Matt Jackson.
138.
Come a long way back. Doesn't go the same route like Keith Della went for when he won his World Championship against Eric Bristow.
58. Matt, you require 40.
Jackson likes it up this part of the board.
Game
Loves
shot on
that
the
part of the
third
board.
leg. Matt
In
Jackson.
the lead, and that's a second breaker throw for Matt Jackson. And this one could be, we talk about spoilers, this one could spoil
Fourth
it
leg,
for
it's Matt
the
to
people
throw
punting along
first.
at home.
Yeah, absolutely.
140.
He has been 3-1 up twice. Stalled. He's
58.
3-0 up here and has kicked off with a 140. So already more positive signs, and that is lovely dart.
It's interesting that
80.
on the back of each time that he's produced a high-level performance, he seems to
57.
have sort of carried the weight of expectation straight into the next game and has not been able to perform.
44.
Oh yeah, every blow that's been thrown at him has landed.
Yeah.
60.
Yesterday, he produced that 115.62. His very next match averaged 82.35.
91.
Today, in his previous match, he averaged 101.39. Right now, averaging just 71.
140. Matt, you require 146.
6 starts for Matt Jackson to get his first win in his last game of the week.
60.
And to continue the trend of 1 win each day. We did say it was coming. Ball of trouble 10.
130. Matt, you require 86.
2 match starts.
Game,
Only
shot,
needs the one.
and the match.
Matt Jackson
Matt
continues
Jackson.
the trend where he wins at least 1 game every day. That is his campaign over for the ADC #1. And also, that is the campaign over for Cam Crabtree. I think we'll see more of him for sure in the near future. But that is a victory for Matt Jackson. 4-0. Saved it to the very end. And he bookended Cam Crabtree's week. Cam Crabtree started with a 4-0 victory over Matt Jackson and ended with a 4-0 defeat. So all things level, all things fair. It pretty much rounded off somewhere around in the middle. Coming up next, we've got the first of our top of the table clashes, where Scott Taylor takes on Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where the action, Matt Jackson, has just served up a little bit of revenge, a 4-0 win against Crabtree in his closing match of the week. Jackson returning the result that he suffered against Crabtree in the very first game they played in this group yesterday. If Crabtree, with that 115 average, was very, very hot in serving up that bagel, then Jackson has just returned the dish served cold. That pair were not in the battle for the top two spots, but we are going to see the top two in action right now as Robert Thornton meets Scott Taylor. Thornton already through, and Scott Taylor can join him if he takes at least 2 legs in this one. Thornton did beat Taylor yesterday. We can see him doing that right now. And he did it on his favourite double top. Scott Taylor, though, after losing his first match, has been in fine form since then. A lovely 98 finish here to get the better of Matt Jackson earlier on. So that's the situation. 2 legs required for Scott Taylor to join Robert Thornton in progressing. And the lads in commentary have been talking about the fact that the Grand Slam of Darts starts tomorrow. Well, remember 2013, 9 years ago, Taylor v Thornton was the final of that tournament, wasn't it? Different Taylor, of course, but Scott here has the power to fill one of those finals night spots. See what I did there?
I don't know. Do you want to explain that to me, Matt? Very good, Murph. Very, very good. Yeah, I think we picked up on that in comms, didn't we, yesterday regarding the Thornton-Taylor Grand Slam. Well, the Grand Slam gets underway tomorrow at 1 o'clock. The final of the Super Series gets underway at 10 p.m. tomorrow night down here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If you want to be with us, just head over to dartshop.tv. Reserve your tickets. They're free. Come and have a very unique experience here at the darts.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
If Scott Taylor takes just 2 legs in this game, we will know half of our lineup. He's 2 legs away from confirming the places of Robert Thornton and Scott Taylor,
41.
alongside Thibaut Tricol. Half the lineup will be complete. The other half of the lineup will come this evening in Group B.
121.
I can't really give you too much insight into which way that's going. If I had to pick something, Justin Smith got 1 foot in the door.
100.
It's all still to play for in Group B. That kicking off tonight at 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series
64.
YouTube channel.
$100.
Of course, Taylor and Thornton also had that unbelievable, well, it was an unbelievable performance from Robert Thornton.
60.
100 on average, didn't he, against Taylor in the UK Open final, where he lifted the title.
100. 58. Scott, you require 160.
Taylor being attacked by a fly. He has took out a 160 already this week. That came in this fixture, actually, yesterday. Fixture
100.
13. It was against Crabtree. Took out the 160. 4 from 6 on the doubles. 93 average in that one.
40. Scott, you require 60.
Look, you're Jesus Negara. You must literally be sat watching this, kicking yourself. Going down 4-1 in his last game. Took it out
40.
of his own hands.
Robert, you require 158. $32. Scott, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg.
That's one.
Scott Taylor.
He's halfway to Saturday.
Going to break into song then.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game
What
on.
songs have we got? We've got could change Saturday night at the movies for Saturday night at the darts.
49.
We could go for a bit of Saturday night, and I like the way you throw. There's 2.
44.
Could join the band, the Saturdays.
43.
Could be Elton John's
134.
Saturdays all right for darting.
Well, actually,
44.
100 plus average in Thornton's win over Taylor in that UK Open. It was well over 95 and it was an 11-5 win.
99.
Dave Chisholm in the semi-final with a 97.710 and Wes Newton, who we've seen recently in Series 1
59.
of the Super Series, was a quarter-finalist.
$180.
He needed 2 legs. He's potentially 2 darts away from doing so.
96. Scott, you
He's
require
going to have
44.
at least 6 to find the 2. Still needs 2. This is a big 4.
$20.
Well, the nod was a negative on this occasion.
96.
Thornton, of
Scott,
course,
you require 24.
safely through. Another
Game shot on the second
aspect
leg.
of this
Scott
format,
Taylor.
something for you to be wary about. But that's leg number 2 for Scott Taylor. And
Third
of
leg, it's
course,
Scott to throw
well,
first. Game on.
He is now on. Well, he cannot. He's now on +10 in leg difference.
140.
Nearest rival, Jesus Negara, is on +2. So even if Taylor lost 4-2 here, he'd be on 6, so he'd be 4 clear. So Negara would have to,
120.
I can't believe he's through at that. And I would certainly be taking that treble out of the board before picking the one up off the floor. That one was very, very loose. He went for the 180. I think the one went in and knocked the other one out.
Yeah.
And then that went in loose because it's had the connection with the other
41.
barrel. And he left that in. Also running the risk of it falling on his head.
Can you remember the one with Gary Anderson in the final against... Was it against Phil Taylor?
60.
Yeah, it was World Championship, wasn't it? He had the 180 and they all came out. And I actually seen that a few years ago on the Challenge Tour. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. But what happened was he had the 3 darts go in and they fell out. And then his opponent refused to take advantage of it and just threw all 3 darts in the tyre.
100.
Wow.
Personally, I'd have been trying to hit a 180 and jumped all over it.
100.
Say no more.
$76.
Fortunately,
Scott, you
pre-Walter
require
showed them.
$160.
Not allowed to say what the man in my ear said.
So I heard him as well.
125.
You did smile,
Robert, you
so you don't
require
disagree.
145.
Oh, this
87. Scott, you require
guarantee his
35.
place alongside his opponent in
Game
tomorrow
shot on
night's
the third
final
leg.
with
Scott
Thibaut
Taylor.
Tricot, and Scott Taylor gets the job done. So,
Fourth leg, it's Robert to
Thibaut
throw
Tricot,
first. Game on.
Taylor and Robert Thornton. That's half the field for tomorrow night's final, and it will be then
42.
from the group tonight of Lee Cox, Martin Adams, Stephen Burton, Justin Smith, and Andy Hamilton.
177.
I really hate it, and it's something that I don't like to do. I don't like to ever say I told you so. So what I'm going to do is say, didn't I say that the 2 people to get through this group would be Robert
99.
Thornton and Scott Taylor, the 2 people on stage right now. And if Edgar's predictions carry on as well, I mean, Justin Smith will go through, and what a way this would be to end Group C for Scott Taylor. He is on the 9, 177, 180 leads in 144.
Scott, you require 144.
I've seen a couple of 9 darters in the past. From people in this week, Martin Adams hitting 2.
59.
Taylor won't be adding his name to that, but he could be dishing out a very important 4-0 victory. The victory that qualifies him. We know he's already qualified.
180. Scott, you require
Can he do it in
85.
style?
Well, what this scoreline was mean is the backers of those 2
53.
win
Robert, you require 137.
this Group C. And they may have backed Robert
97.
Thornton and only needed,
Scott, you require
didn't need to
32.
win the match, just needed a couple of legs. With that
Game,
32
shots,
is
and the match.
ensured
Scott Taylor.
that it is Scott Taylor who moves on to 14 points plus 12, reduces Robert Thornton to 14 points plus 7. So it is Scott Taylor who wins Group C. Robert Thornton is the runner-up of Group C, but both progress and join Thibaut Tricot in tomorrow night's final. So up next, our final match of this Group C, and it is David Wazowski up against Jesus Noguera.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm joined by Scott Taylor, who's just booked his place at finals night with a 4-0 win against Robert Thornton, also going through, not only winning the match, but winning the group. Must be happy, Scott.
Yeah, definitely. Got a bit lucky, especially after yesterday with the start, but happy with how it gone today, especially after losing to Cam first game, but scraped my way through.
Yeah, let's have a look at the league table, and we'll see you sitting at the top of it. There were a couple of results, weren't there, that went your way, but in the end, you did your job, and that's all you can focus on.
I feel like I played all right in every game. I didn't play bad. Probably Robert first game yesterday was a bit scrappy, but missed a few doubles and got through in the end.
Yeah, you mentioned that the start, the last couple of days, losing the first match. Obviously, at finals night, you don't really have time to do that in those short groups.
No, not really, but it's not also an early morning start, is it? So I'll take that.
True. So prefer to play in the evening, and prefer to play in front of a bit of an audience as well.
Oh, definitely an evening, and anything in front of an audience is good.
Yeah, just let's have a quick word about where you feel your game is at now. We're moving towards the end of the season, obviously in finals night, want to get to Champions Week, but what's the plan for 2023?
I'm just moving towards Crucial, mate, to be honest. I've started playing really well. The challenge tours, the first day I was awful, and then I moved to bigger stands and said to Nathan Kerr gave me the stems for it, and I was like, oh, for 180, and I thought I'll do well today, and the semis in the final, can't complain at that, and then moved on from there, ADC final, and then moving on to here, getting through.
Yeah, you've had the luxury in playing a lot of different things this year, but hopefully the Pro Tour next year. Just back to this finally. Good to win this group, good to get through to finals night. There's quite a good few names in the field. Robert Thornton, obviously, who you've just beaten, but Thibaut Tricot, the likes of Andy Hamilton, Justin Smith. It's going to be tough tomorrow, isn't it?
This was a tough week. This group was really tough. So to come through for 2 days and finish top, I'm really happy with that.
Well, we'll let you get some rest and prepare for finals night. Well done.
Cheers,
we'll see you tomorrow. One last match to play in this group. It's David Wazowski against Jesus Negara, Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar. We'll talk you through it.
Thank you, chaps, and yep, congratulations to that man there, Scott Taylor, who is the winner of this Group C. He will be joined by Robert Thornton. These two now just playing for pride, Matt.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw debutant last week take the entire thing. We've seen a debutant now make it through to the final again. Scott Taylor, we did say he is not the experience level of your traditional debutant.
No, absolutely not. Not when you're a tour card holder for 5 years.
He's booked his place through. Interesting looking ahead to tonight. We've said all the way through today that this one hasn't really gone
First leg, it's David to throw
to
first.
the script.
Game on.
And there's no script tonight either, really. When you look at the results and the points, everyone is still in the running. Justin Smith probably got the best chance at the moment because he's got that extra
45.
win. But even bottom of the table with 2 points keeps you strongly in the running with that Group B, because unlike this group, you will get 3 players qualify from the 5.
100.
Martin Adams had a 50-50 night last night. Andy Hamilton had a 50-50 night. When they time those, and if they can time those right,
100.
could be in the mix. We could be getting some more of the seniors through to the...
Well, we have seen players go from bottom after the first round of games on a Thursday's Group B and win it on the Friday.
41.
Justin Smith, top of the group, 6 points. He probably needs 1, but 2 wins would make it pretty
66.
safe for him. And I believe in that last game we was telling you about that incident on the Challenge Tour with the 180. I believe you got the answer to that now,
Yes,
Chris.
it is. It's Scott
60.
Rawlins. I just spoke to his father, Daz, who actually is a member of the staff down here at the Super Series.
60.
Yeah, his son did it. I won't tell you what he called him, but yeah, it was similar to what someone called you a minute ago.
Let's just say it wasn't positive.
No, it wasn't positive. Should have asked, did he go on to
85.
win the match or not? If he went on to lose the match, then I agree wholeheartedly.
45.
That's probably one of the most bizarre things I've witnessed in a game. Have you got any bizarre situations you've seen in your years that you can share?
About
95.
darts? Yeah, plenty, but none of them are going to talk to you about. Yeah, I was in America with
60.
the
Jesus
usual
should
troop,
require
me,
120.
Brissy, Cliff, Lowy, Bob Anderson, the usual suspects. And we were sat on this big round table together, and it was around 9 o'clock in the morning. And Phil said, "Oh, do you want to come and have a
27.
practice duck?" And I
David
said,
should
"I'd take
require
that." I
125.
said, "Yeah, let's go." Then we did a few little warm-ups, and then we did some scoring warm-ups. You know, you play these
Game
games.
shot in the first leg.
Beautiful
David
finish.
Wazowski.
All 25 ball for the 125. You know, where we play first to 21-5 for a 180. And he went on this run where he went 180, 180,
Second leg, it's
180,
Jesus to throw first.
something
Game on.
180, 180. He ended up in 10 180s and 12 visits to the board, but he wasn't happy. And I said, "What's the problem?" He said, "I think all the boards are a little short." I said, "Why is that, Phil?" He said,
100.
He said, "We've got to this place now where I lay all my 180s and they're all across the bottom wire." He went, "They were all touching the top wire," he said, "which tells me they must be short." I went back to the
100.
table and I sat down with the boys and I was shaking my head, and Phil was off to find an official, and I told the lads what was going on and how many 180s he hit in 12 visits. And he demanded that the official come down with a tape measure, and guess what?
45.
They were all a quarter of an inch short. Which basically, I just looked at the lads and said, "Should we just pack up now and go home?"
81.
And yeah, he did go on to win the tournament. The man was an absolute machine. I think that was when I came out with the phrase, "If you cut him open, you'll
57.
find wires inside." What's the most consecutive 180s you've hit?
140.
Good question, actually.
Problem is, you see, more often than not, we'll after it in the
99.
back-to-backs, we tend to go for the 9, don't we?
See, I don't do that. I just plough on for maxes because, to me, that's not a 9 darter.
40.
Because there was no start point. So if there's no, you can't just go have it 2 180s. I'll start now and I'll have the last 2 shots, which is what people tend to do.
I was playing 21s with the boys, and I went ton for 1 point, and then went 180, 180, 180, 180, much to their disgust.
76.
So I
David should
relieved them
require
all of their
140.
pound coins.
100. Jesus should require 124.
There used to be a game I used to like playing with the lads down the local. What we used to do is we used to have a little ashtray or a pot. You'd all start putting 50 pence in. And then if you missed the shot, you had to put, well, if you missed the shot without leaving a double. So we'd call a shot like, "Oh, we're going to do 104.
92.
If you didn't leave
David
a
should
single
require
dart
40.
finish, you had to put 50 pence in the pot. But if you
Game
left
shot
the
on the
double
second leg.
and missed, you only had to put
David
20 pence in the pot.
Wazowski.
And there'd be so many times like you'd be watching the pot and thinking, "I'll just let it fill up a little bit, just play it safe, just let it
Third
build."
leg, it's David to throw
And then when it
first.
built, you
Game on.
go in and pinch the pot.
That's good fun. I've never heard of that one before. Like that.
The
94.
lads did adapt it after a while because they realised I was coining it all in, and I had a big copper jar at home, and it did turn into that you didn't have to pay if you left the double. You only had to pay if you didn't leave a shot.
Leave a double. Well, that encourages
100.
you to make sure of leaving a double.
128.
And the way this one's going, David Wazowski would be scooping the pot. Left a double twice and took them both.
Have you done a Edgar TV video yet of those type of games that multiple
140.
players can play down the pub?
I've done many videos actually, do practice games and drills that
Good.
people can do.
95.
Find those on my YouTube channel, Edgar TV.
Well worth the watch. I'm a subscriber. So I'm a lurker rather than one that gets involved.
140.
Some very, very high profile lurkers actually who watch Edgar TV. Many players that are even in the top 8 in the world at the moment.
Oh, look at you. You're playing with a few of them on the 8th of December, aren't you?
Jesus should require
Exhibition coming
121.
up, Face Off in Derby on the 8th of December.
I've actually been to one of those. I don't think I played. I think I was there as a guest. A thoroughly enjoyable evening it was too.
$47. David, you require 124.
Looking for ideas for Christmas presents is your loved one is a darts fan. There's plenty of
56.
events coming up over the next
Jesus, you require
few weeks
74.
and running up to Christmas. Again, dartshop.tv, all the ticket information available there.
Game shot on the third
Super
leg.
finish.
Jesus
from
Negara.
Negara, a 14 darter. Yeah, a few events featuring Barneveld and MVG and Phil Taylor, Fallon as well.
Fourth leg, it's Jesus to throw
You
first.
don't just have to take our word for what those nights are
Game
like.
on.
I've actually been involved in quite a lot of those recently.
You've
And I've done some video diaries, which you can go over and check out on YouTube, Edgar TV, or Matthew Edgar, or Edgar TV Darts. If you type that in, it'll take you over there. And what it'll do is it'll show you what the nights are like. It is basically the
100.
same as going to a TV event with the lights, the stage, all of that side
The
of thing.
MC, the
big
referee.
screens. But also there's opportunities to
58.
get VIP packages where you come and meet the players, you get autographs, photographs. There's all sorts of memorabilia and really good sort of collectibles and things on the night. You get signed dartboards. There's all sorts of different packages, and if you want to see what they look like, go
96.
check out one of those video diaries because you'll be able to literally have it mapped out. You don't have to guess what it's going to be like. You can see. I take the camera all the way around, from
Even on the walk-on.
100.
literally all the way through, walk-ons, pretty much some of the match from the side before the doors even opened and the VIPs coming in. All the different bits are all covered on there. So if you wonder what a night of the darts looks like, go check out those videos, and I'm pretty sure once you watch it, you'll be
25.
booking your place. Do we see David Wawrzewski chuck 2 darts in the tyre?
By the looks of him, absolutely not. Maybe 2 darts in the treble 20.
What did I say? I said, if that happened to me, I'd
180.
step up and plough in a 180. David Wawrzewski, love it. And Jesus thinking, why didn't you just chuck 2 in the tyre? Why didn't you be like Scott?
They're seeing the funny side of it, which is good. Obviously, both their races are run.
$121.
Neither player on a finish, so all about the approach play.
95.
So David Wawrzewski is not the biggest hitter of 180s. He only hit 1 yesterday, and that was in his very last
100.
game.
David, you require 68.
Hit 1 in this one. Hit 1 in the game with Crabtree. Hit 1 against Matt Jackson.
52.
So already an improvement.
Jesus, you require
on the day
59.
return of the Maxers.
What these players could probably do is playing the full
Game
week.
shot on the
but
fourth
the
leg.
problem they have,
Jesus Negara.
they are all amateur players, of course. Well, with the exception of Martin Adams and Robert Thornton,
Fifth
but
leg,
the
it's
vast
David to throw
majority, let's put
first.
it that way, are amateur
Game
players.
on.
So it's all about trying to hopefully have a employer who's a
100.
darts fan. Give you a bit of time off
40.
work. You know, those people with a proper job, not like us.
95.
Oh, I'm dreading you saying that already, because if my missus is watching, she's going to clip that up and I'm going to have that on replay every day for the rest of my life.
Well, if you love what you do, you
60.
never work a day in your life, apparently.
$140.
Very strong leg. Average climbing towards 90 now for Wazowski.
96.
Still not asked him if he is a David Blaine fan.
Time might have run out because this is the last game of Group C. And with neither player being able to
79.
qualify, this is the last time we're going to see them this week. I think we'll probably see both of them again in Super Series 3. They've acquitted themselves very well.
Absolutely.
34.
Series
David,
3,
you
of course, we
require
will see,
87.
well, PDC's loss for those losing tour cards are gain.
31.
Now that a lot of restrictions are now lifted going into 2023, we'll have a bit more of an international flavour.
100.
To the
David, you
Super
require
Series.
56. $16.
I've actually seen the lineups heading into the remainder of 2022. And there is some big names on the horizon.
140.
Only chose to
David,
stay
you
there
require 40.
rather than go the 51 tops route.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Here's
David
Wazowski
Wazowski.
Picks off the double 15. The double players don't really mind double 15. I know Michael Smith's a
Sixth leg, it's
huge
Hayes
fan
to
of
throw
double
first.
15, isn't he?
Game
Yeah,
on.
I like it as well. It works quite well. It's, if you like sort of the tens, it's very, very similar to that. It's just the breakdown that people tend to be scared of. You know,
Yeah.
like 11s. 11s is a great double in terms of board placement.
83.
People
Well, we
don't like
tend
it 'cause
to
of fear.
we don't tend to lose our line. If anything, it's the
76.
length. Of course, on the double 11 and double 6, it's all about line. You've got a lot of room for error up and down.
100.
What's your plans for the rest of the day?
128.
Another hotel video.
Might be a bit of sleep today, I think.
Yeah, for those watching for the first time, of course, didn't get off air till, well, probably got back to the house around about
125.
2:30 a.m. By the time I got to sleep, it was around about 3. And then up at 7:30.
100.
And back into the live lounge. I'll be having a little nap, then off to the gym, food, back to work. Don't forget, you can catch me at 8:25 during the Greyhound show on Sporty Stuff
137.
TV this evening for Aces Aka. We will be discussing the action so far and
135.
tonight's
Hayes should require
conclusion
56.
of Group B.
Well,
36.
this is for the match.
David should
and to
require
end
62.
proceedings here in Group C.
Game,
And
shot, and the match.
completes the
David
fixtures.
Wazowski.
Group C is over. Robert Thornton and Scott Taylor taking the positions through on Saturday night's final. David Wazowski taking the very last game of the day. A 4-2 victory over Spain's Jesus Negara. And that wasn't a bad campaign really for David Wazowski. Very consistent throughout the day. Certainly one for the highlight reel was that 1-2-5 finish in this game. Bull 25 bull. Absolute perler of a shot there for David Wazowski, who ends the day with just shy of an 86 average, but another victory on the board, and that completes the action for Group C.
Yeah, and look at that for teamwork. Matthew Edgar talking just long enough for Chris Mason to make it up to the balcony. The last match, in the end, didn't mean anything. I wasn't expecting that, were you?
No, but, you know, both have acquitted themselves very well this week, and I look forward to seeing them back in Series 3 in 2023. And they both just missed out, losing a couple of games here and there by the odd leg. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate for both.
Yeah, we'll see them again next year. We will see Robert Thornton and Scott Taylor again tomorrow evening, because they are the two going through from Group C. And Taylor actually ended up topping the table.
Yeah, with that big win over Robert in the final match. I think Robert, well, he was fully aware that he'd already qualified, and it's hard to sort of motivate yourself to get up for a game like that. And in a way, it almost is a good thing, because it leaves something in the locker for tomorrow night, where, you know, the big bucks are on offer.
Yeah, almost won it with a 9-darter as well, Taylor. 6 perfect. That's, I, for one, am very, very glad he didn't hit it, because it would have been a 9-darter clipped up with Matthew Edgar saying how right he was about everything, wouldn't it? So, yeah.
Well, it was the two that myself and Matthew fancied strongly to win that group. Anyway, they were the standout players. The pedigree is certainly there with Robert Thornton, as we know, but maybe people who are a bit new to the darts didn't know of the experience and pedigree of Taylor. Yeah,
to be fair, they have been on point this week with predictions. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the Group B table ahead of this evening's action. Justin Smith on 6. Now, this is going to be the real test for the pundits, because it's very difficult to pick 3 players to go through.
Yeah, it was difficult before the off. We sort of felt that it might be tough going for Lee Cox. He's the one with probably the least amount of experience at this level, and he's walked into a real tough group there. Adams and Hamilton, of course, have played in Group A. They finished in 2nd and 3rd position, so they're well prepped for this one, and of course had the advantage of having the whole of the remainder of Wednesday off, all of Thursday off, so well practiced and well rested, and it sort of showed a little bit last night. But Justin Smith, a player you know I rate very, very highly, came out on top last night. I expect him to do the same tonight.
There we go. There's one name for you. We'll get some more later this evening. As May said in comms, he'll be on Sporty Stuff TV around about, what, 8?
About 8:25.
For Aces Aka. And we will be back with the live coverage of the conclusion of Group B from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV, and live, of course, on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Do join us.
The MODUS Super